Chapter 25 of Small Souls by Louis Couperus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Constance was happy. She began to realize more and more that she now had what she had missed for years, her family. She held it a privilege dearer every day that she was back in her own country, in Holland. It was as though she became more and more penetrated with the consciousness that she had found all her near ones again, that they had one and all forgiven her the past. And sometimes she imagined that it was not really 20 years since she went away. Those 20 years seemed to shrink. In her brothers and sisters she recognized by degrees all the peculiarities of former days, just as though they had grown no older, and Mamma had remained exactly the same. Nor could she but admire secretly the almost childlike simplicity of Van der Welcke, who moved about calmly in the midst of her relations, though they were all utter strangers to him, and though he, of course, could have no family feeling for any of them. He was most intimate with Paul, and oftenest in his company. Constance would have liked to see more of Bertha, but it was true, they lived at some distance from each other, and yet they found each other again as sisters in that conversation shortly after Emily's marriage. Constance indeed was surprised that an open-hearted talk such as this was not more often renewed between Bertha and herself, but in any case they now felt as sisters. As for Karel and Cato, no, they remained distant and strangers, were hardly more intimate with her than if they had been remote acquaintances. But Gerrit had conceived a sort of passion for Constance, and, inasmuch as she had shown so much tolerance towards Adolphine, the latter really seemed a little more gently disposed to her. For Adolphine, remembering all Constance's admiration and praise of Floortje's trousseau, had been heard to say, "She's not so bad, Constance. Constance can be rather nice when she pleases." It was summer now, and Constance felt happy. Bertha and her children went to Switzerland, where Van Nagel was to join them in August, and Adolphine went for a month to the Rhine. But Mamma remained at The Hague, and Constance was delighted to see her mother every day. They often drove out together, and they would leave the carriage in the Scheveningen woods, or in the Hague wood, and walk along the paths. And Mamma always talked about the children, or the grandchildren, or the two great-grandchildren, the children of Otto and Francis who had gone to Switzerland with the others. As Bertha was not at The Hague that summer, the old woman had transferred her partiality to Gerrit's children, thinking them nice because they were so young. And so she and Constance often went to Gerrit's and found him in the little morning room, ready to go out, in uniform, rattling his sword, clinking his spurs, fair-haired and heavy and strong in his tight uniform and varnished riding boots, while two small girls and two small boys, all fair-haired, flaxen-haired, with soft pink cheeks, climbed over him where he sprawled in his big easy-chair. Gerdy and Adeleccia, and Alex and little Guy, while the eldest, Maricha, 8 years old, lifted the little baby heavily in her arms, and a bigger baby crawled among the legs of the table and chairs in search of a broken doll. In the midst of this fair-haired medley, all the children delicately built like dolls, with their flaxen curls and their soft pink blushes. Gerrit was like a giant, looked still taller and stronger. His uniform filled the room as he moved. Romping with his children, he seemed able, with one movement, to send them all, Guy and Alex and Adeleccia and Gerdy, who hung onto his arms and hands, tumbling over the floor to the terror of Grandmamma, who thought him too rough. But Adeline was always very calm, herself also fair, softly smiling, she too, with her delicate little fair face, her figure already assuming the rather matronly proportions of a little wife who has many children, and who, although young, has lost all coquetry in regard to slenderness. She was simple and gentle, just a small, fair little woman, for ever bearing children to her great, heavy husband, as a duty of which she did not think much, because Gerrit wished it. A nature of smiling resignation, always pleasant and calm, never excited or upset because of her turbulent little brood, and always calmly performing her motherly little duties. She was expecting her 8th in November, and there seemed to be always room in the small house for more and more turbulent, fair-haired children. Then Mamma Van Loer, who had come with Constance after lunch, would ask, "Well, who's coming for a drive with Granny?" And usually it was so arranged that, besides Adeline herself, some 4 fair-haired little ones were taken into the landau. 3 of the children were crowded inside, and Alex went on the box, entrusted to the special care of the coachman. Then Mamma Van Loer's face beamed with joy, while a long drive was taken through Voorburg, Wassenaar, or Voorschoten, and the children were regaled on milk if the opportunity offered. Or else they merely drove to Scheveningen, and Mrs. Van Loer made quite a stir at Bermbach's, everyone staring at the carriage out of which, besides the 3 ladies, came 3 little children, while Alex scrambled down from the box. The waiter would put 2 tables together, and ices and pastry were ordered, and, whereas at the Van Nagel's house the old woman enjoyed above all the veneer of state which distinguished their life, the life that reminded her of her own great days, she enjoyed herself in a different way amid that little brood of Adeline's, enjoyed all that fair-haired, merry, natural youthfulness, where there were no pretensions whatever to state. She was no longer the worldly grandmamma, interested in official dinners and receptions and the Russian minister, but the radiant grandmamma, who rejoiced at having so many dear little grandchildren, all so young. It was pleasant, she would say to Constance, that Gerrit had married rather late. He was 35 when he married, because through that, she said, she had so many young grandchildren. And it was nice, she said, that they were Van Loers, the only little Van Loers, 3 little sons to keep the name alive. For Karel had no children, and Ernst and Paul were sure never to marry, she thought. And though she did not care much for the name, and reckoned all grandchildren as profit, as so much to the good, she nevertheless felt most for the little Van Loers, for the 3 little boys especially, for the heirs of the name which she had married. And so, while winter was the time which she enjoyed at the Van Nagels, she devoted her summer at The Hague to Gerrit and Adeline. She helped Adeline, who had to be very careful with a moderate income and such a large troop of little ones, and regularly, in the summer, the old lady dressed the fair-haired little children, gave them all something, saw that they had pretty clothes to go about in. And Constance also delighted in this simple household, especially since Gerrit had conceived a sort of passion for her. Gerrit and Paul were her brothers now, and Doreen sulked a bit. She did not get on with Constance, she could not tell why. Constance had spoken so very nicely to her that first evening, and Doreen had helped Mamma with all her heart to prepare a cordial welcome for Constance among the brothers and sisters. But their natures were not made to harmonize, and Doreen was now muttering that Constance must always have men about her, and that she got on best with Gerrit and Paul, who both paid court to her after a fashion. Her brothers had never paid court to her, Doreen, after any fashion. Yes, pretty women were always at an advantage, even with their own brothers. All she, Doreen, was good for was to trot about and run errands for the brothers and sisters. And yet it was very strange. But, since Bertha and Adolphine had been out of town, and Doreen went oftener to Adeline's, she would ask of her own accord, "Adelincha, I'm going into town this afternoon. Is there anything I can do for you?" And when Adeline answered, "It's very sweet of you, Doreen, but really, there's nothing I want," Doreen would reply, "Well, just think again. I have to go into town, you see." And then, if Adeline said, "Well, Doreen, if you're going in any case, would you look in at Schröder's for some pinafores for Adelaide, and Muller and Tice's for shoes? They all want shoes." Doreen would go off at a trot, and hurry with her wide-legged, shuffling gait to Schröder's, and to Muller entices, muttering to herself, "When it's not Bertha or Adolphine, it's Adeline who manages to make use of me." "I think Gerrit's a most companionable brother," said Constance one evening, while Paul sat taking tea with her. "Yes, he's a good sort, but he's queer." "But why queer, Paul? You're always saying that, and I've never taken any notice of it. Why is Gerrit queerer than Ernst or yourself?" "Well, Ernst isn't normal either, and I only just. But Gerrit surely is normal." Perhaps he is, but sometimes I fancy he's not." "But what does he do? What is there about him that's strange?" asked Constance indignantly, like a true Van Loer, defending her brother as soon as that brother was attacked. "Gerrit has been married 9 years. Formerly, he was a very lugubrious gentleman." "Gerrit lugubrious?" Constance laughed heartily. "My dear Paul, your knowledge of human nature is deserting you. Gerrit, a healthy fellow, strong as a horse, an excellent officer, a jolly brother, a first-rate father with all his fair-haired little children. Gerrit lugubrious? Where do you get that idea from?" "Oh, Paul, sometimes from sheer love of paradox you say such very improbable things." "You did not know Gerrit as he was, Constance." "I knew him as a boy of 14, when we used to play in the river at Buitenzorg. Gerrit is still always flying into ecstasies about that time and my little bare feet. Then I knew Gerrit as a cadet and as a young subaltern 20 years ago, and he was always pleasant and gay. And I remember Gerrit 10 years ago, lugubrious and melancholy. Oh, everyone has an occasional mood. Perhaps he had an unhappy love affair. Why not Gerrit as well as another? I may be wrong, of course. When I see Gerrit in his big chair, with all those children climbing over his legs and chest, he looks to me the very personification of happiness. Oh, Paul, and I too feel happy. I can't tell you, Paul, how happy I am to be back here in The Hague. And now you do all care for me a little again, and even Adolphine was very nice lately before she went away, and I am happy. I am so happy. You have a very gentle, noble, pastoral nature, with a strong atavistic tendency," said Paul, teasing her. "Look, here are your husband and your boy back with their bicycles, just like 2 brothers, an elder and a younger brother. They make a good pair. Now, if you're so happy, don't be jealous and try and remain as pastoral all the evening as you are at this moment, even if your husband should enter the room presently." End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Small Souls by Louis Couperus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The old woman walked with slow steps along the paths of the garden, carefully examining each separate rose with her grey eyes. Her legs seemed to move with difficulty along the narrow gravel paths that wound through the front garden, and her frame was bent as though deformed. In a wickerwork chair on the veranda sat the tall old figure of the husband, his ivory forehead bulging above the pages of the newspaper which he held in his large shriveled hands. Evening fell. A nameless grey melancholy fell from the pale summer sky over the country roads, along which the peaceful villas faded into the shadows of their gardens. The old woman looked up at the sky, looked out over the road with her hand shading her eyes, walked on again, slowly and painfully, carefully examining each separate rose. Then she went back to the house. "It's getting cold, Hendrik. Don't stay out too long." "No." But the old man remained sitting where he was. The old woman went in, wandered through the sitting room and the dining room. She passed her pocket handkerchief lightly over the furniture, looking to see if there was any dust on it, and, as the parlour-maid had cleared the table, she pulled the cloth straight, put a chair in its proper place, smoothed away a crease in the curtain. She went into the conservatory, looked into the back garden. Her sad grey eyes gazed out into the grey melancholy of the darkling night. The wind rose, moaned softly through the topmost twigs of the trees. The old woman looked round at the old man, but he remained sitting in the wicker chair, lost in the great pages of his newspaper. "Don't catch cold, Henrik," she repeated gently. "I'm coming." But the old man remained sitting where he was. Now the old woman wandered down the passage, listened at the door of the kitchen and of a small back room. Voices sounded, the voices of the maids and the butler. Then she went up the stairs, wandered through the bedrooms, wandered through the empty spare rooms with a sigh, because they never came. Everything was neatly kept, hushed and quiet as in a house that lacks life. The old woman, bent and tottering, sighed, was restless. She wandered again through all the bedrooms, and wearily made her way downstairs again, crossed the passage, entered the living room. The old man was seated there now. The windows into the garden were closed. He had folded up his paper, and, seated by the window, was still gazing out to where the road of villas grew darker and darker in the chill dimness of the late summer evening, now beginning to rustle with the rising wind. Then, stifling a sigh, the old woman sat down at the other window, wearily folded her hands, placed her tired feet side by side on a stool. The room grew dark, the windows turned grey, just outlined by the curtains. The road was more and more blurred in the dimness of the windy night. A grey melancholy reigned without, and a grey melancholy reigned within. With those two old people, each sitting silent at a window, lonely and forlorn, drearily sunk in their own thoughts. They sat thus for a long time, quietly, without a word. Then the old woman said, "It is Henry's birthday tomorrow." "Yes," said the old man, "he will be 39. And they said nothing more, and stared before them. Then the old woman grew restless again, and rose from her chair with difficulty, hobbled through the room, holding on by the chairs as she went, and rang the bell. "Light the gas and bring in the tea, Pete." The butler lit the gas, drew the curtains and brought the tea. The old man sat down at the table with a book, and the light fell harshly on his ivory forehead and his blue-shaven face. His gnarled, bony hands cast large shadows over the book, turned the pages at regular intervals. "Here's your tea, Henrik." The old man drank his cup of tea. Then the old woman also took her book and read. Slowly, in the course of years, she had read her Bible less and less, because she was wicked after all, and because she had never resigned herself to the sacrifice which she had made, which it was her duty to make before God and man. Then she chanced on a wonderful book, which described what happened to people after death, and this book she read every evening. But she was unable to read this evening. As a rule, the old pair read over their cup of tea till 10 o'clock in silence, and then got up and went to bed. But the old woman could not read this evening. Her aching feet fidgeted on the stool, her bent body moved in vague discomfort, and she asked, still casually, nervously, "Will Henry be 39 tomorrow, Henrik?" "Yes." She knew quite well that he would be 39, but she wanted to say it again, wanted to talk of her son. For 15 long years she had not seen him, and his birthdays, the anniversaries of the day on which she had borne him, her only child, had passed while he was very far away, too far for her to reach him and take him in her arms. For many years she had hoped, "Now it will come, now it will come nearer." But it had not come nearer, until suddenly it was very near, until suddenly it was there. Now it was here, after long, long years, and yet it was not here, It was far away. She could not read, got up, went out of the room across the hall. The old man stared after her, went on reading, and it was as though her disquiet kept increasing, as though a voice, one of those voices of which she had read in that strange book, said to her, "Go, go tomorrow." Never had a voice spoken so plainly to her, the old woman, and as it were ordered her to go tomorrow. She was very old in years, in movement and in feeling, and she never travelled. She lived quietly in her house beside the country road, summer and winter alike, and sometimes she went for a little drive in the neighbourhood. Beyond that she no longer went, for she was gouty and full of aches and pains which bent her withered back. For years and years she had not travelled, had not sat in the train which, for years, she had heard whistling at the station, sometimes even heard rumbling. And now, the mysterious voice so plainly and insistently commanded, "Go!" Then she went back to the room, sat down, and this time was unable to stifle her sigh. She sighed. The old man heard, but did not know how to ask her why she was sighing. For years, for long years, there had been so little said between them. Only now, this spring, when Henri's letter came, they had spoken, but not much. A couple of days after receiving the letter, the old man said, "I will write to him," and that was really the only thing that had been said. But they had not lived so many years in silence, side by side, without learning to hear each other speak, though both were silent. They knew without speaking what either said, silently in his heart. Only now, though the old man was thinking of Henri that night, he did not know what his wife was saying to him, silently, without words, in that one sigh. And this was because he did not read that strange book, had never heard the strange voices. Therefore, he sought for a word to say, and found it very difficult to find a word, but at last he did speak and said, simply, "What is it?" He did not look up, went on reading his book as he spoke. Then the old woman's aching feet fidgeted still more nervously on their stool. The bent shoulders shivered more nervously under their little black shawl, and she began to cry softly. "Come, what is it?" He pretended to go on reading his book, because talking and crying were so difficult, and because it was easier to pretend to go on reading. The old woman said, because his old voice had spoken gently, "I should like to go to Henri tomorrow." Now they were both silent, and the old man went on reading, and the old woman, waiting for his answer, ceased crying, ceased moving her feet, her shoulders. After a silence, the old man said, "Take Pete with you then, to help you." She nodded her head, and the tears flowed from her eyes while she drew her book to her, inwardly pleased that he had said so much, and said it so kindly. She sighed once more, this time with relief, and read on. But her eyes did not see the words, because she was thinking that tomorrow she would be going with Pete, the butler, in the train, in which she had not been for years and years, to The Hague, to see Henri. "Go," the voice had said. "Go," the voice had commanded. And she was going. It had come at last, come so near that it would be there tomorrow. Not that Henri was coming to her, but that she was going to Henri, to kiss him, to forgive him. And she read on, did not see the strange words which told what happened to people after death, but wept softly, inaudibly over her book, wept for still contentment and peace, because he had spoken to her and had said, "Take Pete with you then, to help you." When it was 10 o'clock, he closed his book, stood up, and she would so much have liked to ask him if he too would come with her tomorrow, in the train, to Henri, because it was not so difficult, and Pete could take the tickets. but she did not ask him, because she knew that it was even more difficult for him than for her to travel and go by train, that train which he also for years had heard whistling and sometimes rumbling. She did not ask him because he would certainly refuse, and without a doubt he heard within himself, but she hesitated to ask him, for he said, gently, "I shall not go, but give him many good wishes from his father." Then, stiffly and with difficulty, he bent his tall figure and his ivory forehead, went to her and kissed her on the brow, and she took his gnarled hand and pressed it gently. Then he went upstairs and she rang the bell. The butler entered. "Pete," she said, hesitatingly and shyly, and she blushed before the butler. "I am going tomorrow to The Hague, to Mr. Henry. It's his birthday, and I should like you to take me there." The man looked up in surprise, smiled. "Very well, ma'am, as you please." And as she went up the stairs, she tried to hold herself more erect. She felt younger. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Small Souls by Louis Couperus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. And in her room she hardly slept for nervousness about the great event that was to happen on the morrow. All the night through, while the wind moaned against the panes, she lay in bed with unclosed eyes, listening whether she could not hear in the voices of the wind yet other voices, strange voices, voices warning or commanding the living. She had never spoken to her husband about the voices, though he was well aware that she read the strange book and disapproved of her reading it, because it could not be fit and proper reading for people who, from their childhood, had believed that the best of all books was the Bible, and the best of all beliefs the belief in the Lord, from whom every sorrow came and every blessing. And she had hidden the strange book also from the old minister who came to see them every week, since they both, growing older each year and ailing, had ceased to go to church. She put the strange book out of the way when he was expected on a Sunday afternoon, but she studied it without concealment from her old husband, and yet in silence, as though guilty of a secret heresy. He had asked her once, "What are you reading there?" And she told him the strange title and said that she wanted to enquire into things, but nothing further had been uttered between the two old people, though she heard him silently express his disapproval. But since the day when, years ago, she had yielded to her husband and consented to the superhuman sacrifice of surrendering her son to the woman whom that son had plunged into unhappiness, because this sacrifice was the duty which was required of her by divine and human equity, since that time she had had no peace, read as she might in her Bible, talk as she would with the minister, pray as she did for hours on end. She had no peace. Deep down in herself she had always borne a grudge, because heaven had laid so heavy a sacrifice upon her, the mother. Her husband had had the strength of a man who pursues the straight path, the path of duty, and he had surrendered his son and lost him without a superfluous word. But she, though she also spoke no word, had not resigned herself, and her soul had rebelled, and she had thought that she was lost for all eternity, until a gentle ray had come, by accident, to comfort her out of the strange book, which, by accident, she had taken up and opened. And, still a believer, though she no longer went to church, and though in her heart she did not agree with the minister, did not agree with her old husband, she nevertheless endeavoured to unite, to reconcile, to blend what remained of the old faith, which had once stood firm as a rock, with the new faith. And when she prayed indeed to the same God of her old former faith, but she listened also to the voices, to that part of the invisible world which hovers around us and saves us, and guides us and warns and protects us, and sets its soft smiling compassion between us and the rigid immutability of the divine grace or displeasure, tempering the divine brow into a softer glance. That was her secret, and what she silently told her husband of the new faith still remained an unpenetrated secret to him in the dumb evenings when they sat together and read, and he heard her, in silence, say that she believed differently from what she once did, because she had found no peace in that divine immutability. And now the day came which was Henri's birthday. She dressed very early, with difficulty, and with shaking hands, and, when Pete told her that there was a train at 9 o'clock, she blushed and remained quietly waiting for the carriage to be got ready, and for Pete to come and tell her. She was her ordinary self at breakfast, but tried, without attracting attention, not to eat, because the bread stuck in her throat. And when, at the breakfast table, her husband asked if she had not telegraphed to Henri, she answered, "No," almost inaudibly and silently. She thus conveyed to her husband that she wished to give Henri a surprise. She remained sitting motionless, did not wash up the breakfast cups that morning as she was always wont to do, was a little uncomfortable in the presence of her husband and the parlour-maid and Pete at this omission of her usual habit. She heard the clock ticking, the seconds falling away, and she was afraid that, if Pete loitered so, she would be late, or that there would be an accident. Luckily, the morning paper came, and the old man plunged into its pages, while she remained waiting in her cloak and her unfashionable black old lady's bonnet, for Pete to come and say that it was time to go. The parlour-maid washed up the breakfast cups, and she was afraid the maid would break one, because she was not used to it. It made quite a change throughout the house that she was going this morning by train to The Hague, to Henri, whose birthday it was. She was uncomfortable, and she feared that the people along the road and at the station would stand looking and wondering why Mrs. van der Velke was going on a journey. And when at last Pete came to tell her, she could not get up at first, because her old legs shook so, and her feet pricked her, as though they had been asleep. But she made a painful effort, stood up, gave Pete her purse, and the old man said, "Pete, will you look after Mevrouw, getting in and out of the train?" Pete promised, and she took leave of her husband. The carriage was at the door, and she dared not look at Dirk the coachman, because she was shy, while Pete held open the carriage door and helped her to step in, with some little difficulty. In the carriage she shrank back, because the woman with the vegetables was just passing, and she was afraid that she might see her, and she reflected that the people in the other villas would be sure to see the carriage drive out, and wonder what was happening so early in the morning. But when, at the station, Pete helped her to alight, and led her to the little waiting room, and went to take the tickets, she was very shy before a lady and gentleman who were also waiting, and who no doubt thought it very strange that she, an old woman, should go travelling like that. Fortunately, Pete had calculated the time, and she had not long to wait, at which she was very glad, because the whistling of the trains and the ringing of the bell made her very nervous, terrified lest she should miss the train, and she did not know to a minute at what time it started. But Pete came to tell her, and fetched her, and she tried to walk straight, and, assisted by Pete, to climb into the carriage, not all too painfully and laboriously. Pete had taken a second-class ticket for himself, and she would rather have had him come into her compartment. But he had, of course, not dared from respect for his mistress, and she had not dared ask him. But she resolved to sit very quiet until Pete came to fetch her. The lady and gentleman were in the same compartment as herself, but they were very polite. The gentleman had bowed, and the lady too, and fortunately they did not look at her again, but talked to each other in low voices. And when the train moved off, the old woman sat quietly with set lips, looking out of the window at the meadows speeding past. Now she was beginning to wonder what Henri would say, and she also thought of Constance and of her grandson Adrian, and she was a little frightened at what she had done. They might be out, or very busy with the Van Loos, Constance's relations. She did not quite know in what way Henri and Constance lived at The Hague. Henri, it was true, had been to Driebergen again, just once more, by himself, but she had received no distinct impression from his words, because she had hardly listened, had only sat gazing at him, her son, whom she had not seen for so many years, who had not been allowed to exist for her. She trembled suddenly at what she had dared to do, but it was now too late. She was sitting in the train, and the train was carrying her along, and also she did not know how to tell Pete, when the train stopped, that she would rather just go back again. Then, from sheer inability to do otherwise, she at last found courage to sit still and let the train take her on until it slowed at the station at The Hague, and Pete came to fetch her and helped her climb down the high steps of the railway carriage. Pete now led her slowly and quietly through the busy crowd of people, which he allowed to flow ahead of them and out of the station, chose a nice cab, helped her in, gave the address of Baron van der Welcke, Kerkhoflaan, and got up on the box next to the driver. And now, seated in the cab which rattled over the cobblestones, she was glad after all that she had persevered, and she thought that it was not so very difficult after all, and believed that, after all, Henri would perhaps think it nice of her to have come without notice. It was a long drive, and she had not been to The Hague for years, and had forgotten the streets and squares, but at last the cab stopped, and she looked out while Pete climbed down from the box, rang the bell, opened the door of the cab, helped her out. Yes, she was there now, and she trembled violently when the maid opened the door and she entered the hall. She was there now, and she could find nothing to say when a door in the passage opened, and Constance, amazed, came out to her. This was the second time that she had seen that woman. "Mamma!" "Yes, I thought I would come, because it was Henri's birthday." She knew, she had not failed to understand, that her son was not happy with that woman, and she felt a certain disappointment that it was not Henri himself who came out to welcome her. But the astonishment in Constance's face changed to a look of soft and glad surprise. She was very sensitive to kindness, and she felt that it was kind of this old woman to come, this old lady who never went anywhere, who had come with her butler. "How pleased Henri will be," she said gently, and her eyes grew moist. "How very pleased Henri will be. He is out now on his bicycle, but he'll be back soon. Come in. Take off your cloak inside. I'm afraid there's a draught out here. Good morning, Pete. So you've brought Mevrouw. Go into the kitchen, Pete, will you? Come in, Mamma. How delighted Henri will be. He is sure to be in very soon. And this is my mother, who has also come to see us this morning." She led Mrs. van der Welcke into the morning room, and there stood old Mrs. Van Loer. And when Constance closed the door, the two old ladies looked at each other, and were both very nervous, and Constance felt like that too, trembling in her limbs. The old ladies looked at each other, and it was as though the two mothers, with that long, long look, asked each other's forgiveness after many long years for their two children. Then Mrs. Van Loer approached and put out her two hands, and her words sounded very simple. "I am so delighted to make your acquaintance, Mevrouw." Yes, they asked, without saying so, they asked each other's forgiveness for the offence which their two children had committed years and years ago, against each other and against themselves and against their lives. They asked each other's forgiveness with the unspeakable gentleness of two very old women who still looked upon their children, whatever their age might be, as children, as their children. They asked each other's forgiveness without words, with a glance and a pressure of the hands. And Constance understood so plainly what they were asking each other that she quietly left the room, feeling suddenly like a child, a tiny child that had behaved badly towards these two mothers. Constance felt it so intensely that she went by herself through the dining room into the conservatory and wept, very quietly, swallowing her tears behind her handkerchief. And the old ladies were left together, the two mothers, so different one from the other, one, Mrs. Van Lower, a woman who perhaps had seen much more of life and understood it better than the other, Mrs. van der Welcke, who had always lived quietly, always at Driebergen, with her Bible, until the strange book had fallen into her hands. They were left together, and the very many things which they said to each other and asked of each other in silence were not audible in the simple words of Constance's mother. "May I help you take off your hat and your cloak, mevrouw?" And as she assisted Mrs. van der Welcke, she apologized for Constance and said, "I think your arrival must have agitated her. You must not mind her leaving you for a moment." Then the old ladies sat down side by side. "They seem to be very comfortable," said Mrs. van der Welcke, and looked around her nervously. "I am so glad to have my child back with me," said Mrs. Van Lower. There was very much to be said between them, but they spoke only simple words, doubtless feeling all the unuttered rest. Their thoughts went back, many years back. How hostile they had then felt towards each other's children, who had disgraced each other and their two families. If they had met each other then by chance, as now, they could not possibly have looked at each other gently as now. But the years had toned down the pain and the cruelty, and now it was possible, and even agreeable for these two, mother and mother, to press each other's hands, and to exchange glances that asked for forgiveness. "I also came to wish Henry many happy returns. He's sure to be back with Addie for lunch," said Mrs. Van Lower. But Constance returned, and now, in her own house, in her own drawing-room, she felt shy and quite different from what she felt when, offended and slighted, she had stood before Henry's parents at Driebergen on that first and only visit. It was as though the combined presence of those two mothers made her like to a child that had done wrong. She felt as she had never felt before, felt small and childlike. And when, as was often her habit, she went to sit close by Mrs. Van Lower, she took her mother's hand and laid her head upon her mother's breast, and no longer controlled herself, but wept. And Mrs. Van Lower again looked at Henry's mother, as though she wished to say, "If it can be, do not condemn my child too severely, even as I do not judge Henry too severely." And because there now flowed through her soul a gentle happiness that had its source in contentment, Constance felt the poignancy of that moment of Henry's homecoming, when, tired after his ride, he walked in with Addie and found his mother there, his mother, who never left her house, sitting there in his house between Constance and Mrs. Van Lower. Had some bond really been established at last, after long years? Had those who could find no point of union that other morning at Driebergen at last come closer? Was there really some sort of tie, and was it just that it took a very long time, years and years, and then months after that, for things to become more or less easy and pleasant? In this mood, Constance's voice instinctively had a softer note, and she felt at the same time a child to those two mothers and very old to herself, very old in this lulling of passion and anger and nerves. Would it be like this with her now? Would her life just go on, in a succession of more and more placid years. Would she just live for her son? She asked herself this, deep down in her soul, almost unconsciously, and a shadowy melancholy floated over her because of those two older mothers, because of Henri, because of herself. Was that how old age approached, like this, with these gentle years? She was 42. She was not old, but still, was old age approaching in this way, so softly? And while she asked herself this, in a passive, melancholy mood, devoid of anger and passion, there hovered about her a vague feeling that she would now grow old, and that she had never lived, never lived, never lived. It hovered, that shadowy discontent in the midst of her gentle content. Never lived. She did not know why, but she thought for just one moment, a ghost of a thought, of Gerrit, of Buitenzorg, how they two, the little brother and sister, used to play in the river. It was as if it had not been she, that little girl with the red flowers, as if it had been another little girl. Never lived. But what ought she to have done to feel that she had lived, now that she was growing old? Vanity, balls, her marriage, Rome, her love affair, the scandal, was that living? Or was it all a mistake, mistake upon mistake, fuss and excitement about nothing? Now it was over. Existence was becoming placid, less bitter, more kindly. But still she felt it. She had never lived. But she did not know what she ought to have done to make her now feel that she had lived, and she let the strange feeling be lulled to rest in the soft melancholy that filled her, because of this gentle kindliness that had come now with the years, the grey haze of years. She sighed the strange thought away, and she thought that it had to happen, and that it could not have been otherwise, and that even so she would never have known anything different. Never lived. But then, had hundreds of men and women around her ever lived? And she now shook herself free of this strange mood, and laughing softly, happy in spite of her melancholy, she saw that the table was laid, and asked the two mothers to come in to lunch. Was it the grey haze of years, then? Was she growing old? And were things becoming easier and more pleasant? And had she never lived? "I do think it's so very nice," she said, "to have both the mammas together at my table." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Small Souls by Louis Couperus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In a small town like The Hague, the sudden appearance of Constance and her husband, after many years, could not but be the occasion for an interchange of gossip that was not easily silenced. The Van Lower family had connections in various sets: the aristocratic set, the upper official world, the military set, the Indian set, and, just because of these connections in more than one set, there arose a crossfire of criticism and condemnation, neither of which had lost any of its sharpness, even though people had not given a thought to Constance for years. On the contrary, the gossip was a sort of raking up of all that could be remembered of former days, a repetition of all the criticism and all the condemnation which these very people, for the most part 15 years ago, had passed among themselves from one to another as so much current coin. If it had sometimes seemed to Constance as though the period of her absence contracted, and was no longer 20 years, to all those people who knew her, or knew her relations, or knew relations of her relations, that interval had no existence whatever, and it was as though the scandal dated from yesterday, as though she had married her lover Van der Welcke yesterday. And while she herself, in her gentle happiness and melancholy contentment at being back among her kinsfolk in her country, for which she had longed so greatly abroad, while she noticed nothing of this crossfire through which she walked quietly, in the street at the time of the two weddings, at Scheveningen and now. It continued among all those people, acquaintances, friends, relations, continued, never ceased fire. To all of them she had remained the Mrs. de Stoffler of old, who had never returned to The Hague since her marriage, and who was now back with Van der Welcke. At visits, at tea parties, at evening parties, at the Witte or the Platz, at Scheveningen, everywhere, the rapid crossfire began as a pleasant sport for all of them. You know, Mrs. de Stoffler. Van Lower that was. Yes, the one who went off with Van der Welcke. Yes, I remember. She married him. Yes, she's back. Yes, so I hear. Yes, and she was out driving yesterday with old Mrs. van der Lower, so she's back again. Yes, she's back. In this way the crossfire began, suavely and rapidly, as a conversational sport. And so she is received by her relations? Yes, and even at Driebergen. Is it really 20 years ago? No, it can't be as long as that. She has a child. Yes, a boy, but not by Van der Welcke. The father's an Italian, I hear. Yes, an Italian diplomatist. In this way the fire continued, brisk, crackling, fiercer and fiercer, until it went off like a brilliant, acrid firework. Well, I don't think the family will like that so very much. We need only look at Van Nachel's face, or at the Van Satzema's. Why don't they keep her in the background? Yes, what did she want to come back for at all? I call it an impertinence. She was always intriguing as a young girl. That marriage with old de Stoffler. And what is she ferreting round for now? Yes, what on earth is she ferreting round for in The Hague? And they ferreted round for what she was ferreting round for in The Hague. They ferreted very deep, very far. After the brilliant crossfire, they dug up among themselves all the sand of their suspicions, and flung it about one another's ears. They had a very expensive establishment abroad, and were unable to keep it going any longer. She wants to be near her mother, because she's afraid that, when the mother dies, there will be trouble about the will. It was he who wanted to come back, for the sake of an old mistress of his. She wants to go to court. No, it is he who wants to go to court. Yes, they both want to go to court. She wants to go to court. She wants to go to court. She wants to go to court. But what a piece of impudence! Even if she was in that set once, that is no reason why she should dream of being presented. Now, well, you'll see this winter. She wants to go to court. To court? But that's not the only reason. No, he too is afraid that his parents will disinherit him as far as they can. And now he proposes to soften them by means of the child, which isn't even his. What difference does that make? The old people don't know. And they ferreted very industriously, and dug up the sand, and kept up their crossfire as a sport for the tea parties and evening parties, at the club and at Scheveningen. Look here, said others. Van der Welcke behaved like a gentleman. What, to run away with another man's wife? No, but to marry her afterwards. There aren't many who would have done it. She's older than he. 6 years older. No, 4 years. No one else would have done it. No, no one. And he was a deucedly decent fellow. Always was. Always was. She was older than he. She knew the world. And she seduced him. He was quite a youngster. It all sounded as though the many years had never existed. Yes, but, you know, it's sometimes difficult for a woman who's young and pretty. Then why did she marry such an old man? Out of vanity. Nothing but vanity. They judged, defended, and condemned her, as though the many years, had never existed. The acquaintances of the Van Loers, or of their acquaintances, or the relations of their relations were no worse than other people, but they met one another at tea parties and at evening parties, at the Witte and at Scheveningen, and they must have food for conversation. Whatever important things might be happening in the world, the one interest, when all was said, was to discuss, over and over again, a case like that of Constance. They disliked neither her nor Van der Welcke, and her case even attracted their interest, if not their sympathies. Only the Van der Welckes must not think that their memory was so poor that they did not remember the case jolly well. Only the Van der Welckes ought not to have come back to The Hague, bringing fresh scandal into the exalted morality of the different Hague sets. Only there must be no question that people who were so much talked about should dream of being presented to court. And nevertheless, they do intend to be presented. Constance, in her quiet happiness, noticed none of it, and Van der Welcke, who, at the club, was within nearer range of the crossfire, did indeed sometimes observe a look and gesture, sometimes overheard a word, but thought it of no consequence, even when it caused him a moment's irritation. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Small Souls by Louis Couperus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After the summer holidays, Addy, who was now in the 3rd class at grammar school, sometimes went to his Van Satsuma cousins on a Sunday afternoon, rather against the grain, for there was not much love lost between them. But as he had not failed to notice that the 3 boys tired his mother greatly when they came to the little house, however much she liked to keep up the relationship, he made it a sort of duty to go to them once a fortnight or so, either for a walk or for a bicycle ride. It was more natural to him to go about with boys who were his seniors. He had made a couple of older friends at the grammar school, and even Frans and Henry van Nachel, who were young fellows of 23 and 24, said that it might sound very funny, but they always thought it jolly when Addy looked in. But to please his mother, who disapproved of this tendency to spend his time with his elders, he would go and walk or bicycle with the 3 Van Satsumas, while despising them in his heart for unmannerly young louts, stupid as well as ill-bred, and, in addition, having their mouths ever full of coarse talk and suggestive jokes. They were not fond of Addy, but they looked up to him a little, just because they knew that the older cousins, the Van Nachels, the undergraduates, thought Addy a nice boy, though he was as young as the Van Satsumas, while looking upon the Van Satsumas themselves as mere brats not worth noticing. But for this very reason, they did not see how Addy could care to go to Uncle Gerrit's and play with all those babies there. They thought him a queer boy. They did not really like him, but his intimacy with Frans and Henry van Nachel gave Addy a sort of manly, grown-up air which they secretly envied. And so, in order, in their turn, to appear manly and grown-up before Addy, they could never, walking or bicycling, pass a woman without exchanging a coarse word or phrase or disapproval, like young men about town who knew all about everything. Then Addy chuckled inside himself, for he could never laugh outright, even though he wanted to. "You fellows sometimes call me an old fogey," he said, "but whenever you pass a woman, you talk like old fogies of things you know nothing about." "Oh, do you know more than we do?" "I don't say that, but I haven't my mouth always full of it." Then they were angry, because their assumption of rakishness made no impression, and they did not understand how Addy could flatly admit his innocence and ignorance. They, on the contrary, were ashamed of their innocence and ignorance, were burning to lose both as quickly as possible, had not the courage to do so yet, though they sometimes did go down the Spouwstraat of an evening. And Addy thought to himself, "Mamma ought just to hear them, or see them lounging along the streets, Then she wouldn't ask me every Sunday if I have been out with Yap and Pete and Chris. And though they did not like Addy, they were flattered when he came and asked, "Are you fellows coming for a ride this afternoon?" They did not like him, and they gave him all sorts of nicknames among themselves: Old Fogey, the Baron, the Italian. Then Maricha would ask gently, "Why do you always talk so unkindly of Addy?" And then the three boys laughed and teased Maricha with being in love with the Baron. But Maricha, who was 16, shrugged her shoulders, feeling grown up already. In a year's time she was going to boarding school near Cleves. No, she, who was 16, was not in love with a little cousin of 13, with a child, but she thought him a nice boy all the same. The three brothers and their friends had never danced or talked or bicycled with her, or paid her any attention, whereas Addy behaved like a gallant young cavalier. In that noisy, fussy, brawling household, the girl had always been a little fragile, a little pale, a little quiet, like a small, gentle alien that could not cope with the hard voices of Mamma and the sisters, and the rough horseplay of the brothers. And Addy talked so nicely, so pleasantly, so politely, so gallantly, so very differently from Chris and Pete and Yap. "The Italian wasn't here last Sunday. Then he's sure to come today. He always comes once a fortnight. That's the Italian fashion." "Why do you boys always call Addy the Italian?" asked Maricha. Now the three burst with laughing. "That's nothing to do with you. Little girls shouldn't ask questions." "I think it's a silly nickname," said Maricha, "and it means nothing." They burst out laughing again, full of importance and worldly wisdom. "That's because you don't know. If you knew, you'd think it's witty enough. It's a damned witty nickname." "Chris, what's language?" "So, you want to know why Addy is an Italian?" She shrugged her shoulders, played the grown-up sister. "I think you're silly, just like children. That nickname means nothing." They burst with laughter once more. "Don't you know what they do in Italy? In Rome?" She looked at them, her louts of brothers. She vaguely remembered incautiously whispered remarks about Aunt Constance, about the time when she was still the wife of the Netherlands minister at Rome, of that old Uncle de Staffeler, whom she had never known. "Well, look here, what do you think the name means?" She grew uncomfortable, fearing that they were suggesting something improper which she did not understand. "I don't know," she said, "and I don't care." "Then you shouldn't call it a silly name." But now Maricha was really interested, and so she asked Caroline a little later, "Do you know why the boys call Addy the Italian?" "Because they're silly," said Caroline. No, there must be some reason, but they wouldn't tell me." Now Carolincha was puzzled in her turn, and she asked her mother later, "Why are the boys always calling Addy the Italian, Mamma?" "I don't know," said Adolphine sharply. But the girls, both curious, continued to talk about the nickname, and they sounded Carol and also Marianne and Maricha van Nagel. No, none of them either knew what the name meant, but Carol was determined to find out, and did find out. "I know," he said to his little sister Marie. "I know," Marie whispered to the Van Satsuma girls. But Maricha van Satsuma did not quite yet understand, but she would not let this appear, because Caroline would have thought her such a baby. If Auntie had never married an Italian, how could she have a son who was Italian? The nickname came to the ears of Herman Reuvenaar, the youngest son of uncle and aunt, a little brown signor of 15, who mentioned the nickname at home to his sisters, Tooty, Dot and Pop. "Allah, it's too bad," said the girls. "It's a shame of those boys. Mamma, just listen." "Oh no, I don't believe it," said Aunt Reuvenaar when she heard. "Gossip, I say. Cassian, Constance." but Uncle Reuven had told her that it was so. "But how do you know?" "Adolphine told me herself." "Oh, nonsense. She wasn't there. Cassian, that boy and his mother." And Aunt Lot and the girls refused to believe, were indignant, and Auntie called her husband an old gossip. But the nickname was often on the lips of the young boy and girl cousins, and of their friends at home and at school. Once Addy thought he heard a boy shout to him, by way of an abusive epithet, "Italian!" He did not understand, did not even apply the word to himself, and walked on. Another time, however, bicycling with the Van Satsuma boys along the Wassenaar road, he grew angry because Jaap was trying his hardest to run over a cat. "Leave the animal alone," cried Addy furiously, "or I'll punch your head." "Oh?" roared Jaap. "You would you, Italian?" Addy did not yet understand, but he had a vague recollection of hearing the name before. He did not at once recall the incident of that other boy. "Why do you call me an Italian?" he asked. The others were frightened, pulled Jaap's sleeve. "That's nothing to do with it," growled Jaap, taken aback. "You say you're going to punch my head." But Addy, in a flash, remembered the boy and that shout in the streets near the school. "Out with it," he cried. "Why do you call me an Italian?" Chris and Pete tried to smooth things over. "Come, don't bother. He's talking rot." "But why an Italian?" "Oh, nothing. "Yes, there's something. I mean to know." "Keep your hair on. It's nothing." "Out with it," cried Addy, scarlet with rage, and he flew at Jaap's throat. "Oh, hang it! Shut up!" shouted the two others. But Jaap and Addy were struggling. Their boyish hatred suddenly burst forth. "Out with it! Why do you call me an Italian?" Addy was very strong, stronger than Jaap, who was a year and a half older than he, and taller. He got him down. His small hard knuckles were at Jaap's throat, and he was nearly strangling him. The others pulled him off. "That'll do, I say! Shut up!" They pulled Addy away from Jaap, and now Jaap, furious because he had been beaten, purple in the face, half choking, unable to control his hate, cried out, "Because you're not the son of your father!" "Hold your jaw!" shouted Pete and Chris to Jaap. But the word was spoken, and Addy was like a madman. "You hound! You hound!" he yelled, and he tried to fling himself on Jaap again. The two other boys held him back, and a sudden reasonableness came to soothe Addy's passion. He must not let himself go like that, against that cur of a Jaap. When that young bounder lost his temper, he didn't know what he shouted and raved. "Italian!" and "Not the son of your father!" Addy shrugged his shoulders. "I've had enough of cycling with you chaps. I can spend my Sundays better than in tormenting cats, and quarrelling and fighting," and he sprang on his bicycle and rode away. "Italian!" Jaap screamed after him once more, forgetting everything except his hatred. Addy looked round, and he saw that Chris and Pete, both furious, were thrashing the very life out of Jaap. He rode away, mastering his nerves. No, he could never again, to please Mamma, spoil his Sunday holiday with those cads of boys. This was the last time, for good and all. Besides, he felt that they liked him as little as he them. And then, suddenly, his thoughts went back to the strange word, the word of abuse, and to the boy who, once before, had shouted it after him in the street. That time he had not imagined that it was he whom the boy meant. Try as he would to keep calm, he was too much excited to go straight home and perhaps meet Papa and Mamma. He therefore rode to the Bezoudenhout, hoping to find Frans van Nargelin. Henri was not at The Hague, was working hard at Leiden. He found Frans at home, in the two elder boys' sitting room, smoking with a couple of friends. "Well, old man, what is it?" And he took Addy outside. "I've been fighting with that cad of a Yap. He called me an Italian, Franz. What did he mean?" Franz started, and Addy noticed it, became suspicious. "Oh, nothing, old man. It's just that he's an ass." "No, Franz. There must be some reason why he called me that, and I mean to know the reason. Don't worry about it, old chap. And the other fellows licked Yap because he said it. And then Yap also said... Well, what else did Yap say, old man? That I was not the son of my father." Suddenly, while he was unbosoming himself in the warmth of Franz's sympathy, a light flashed across him. He remembered the mysterious fits of sadness of Mamma's, scenes with Papa, during those early days at The Hague, when he had vaguely noticed in his mother something as though she were asking for forgiveness, humbling herself before grandmamma, before the uncles and aunts. And all this, taken in connection with Papa and Mamma's former residence in Italy, in Rome, caused to flicker before him, as it were, a reflection of cruel truths. As he looked at Franz, these cruel truths flickered up before him again. He had read much for his years. His school friends had soon revealed some of the mysteries of life to him, though he was still a boy, though he was still a child, with a child's innocence in his soul and his eyes, with the soft bloom of that innocence on his child's skin and his child's mind, even though there was something of a little man about him. And suddenly he saw everything. The rage of the boys because Yap had given himself away, their confusion, and now Franz's confusion. "Not the son of your father?" repeated Franz. "They are asses, those three louts. Come, Addy, don't have anything more to do with those clodhoppers. When they're coarse, they're very coarse, and they don't know what they're saying." "Yes," said Addy with sudden reserve. "That's what it must be. That's what it is. Come, Addy, come for a walk, will you, with the two Heidrechts? We were going to the Witte, but if you'll come with us, old man, we'll go to Scheveningen instead." The boy's senses suddenly became very acute, and he heard a sort of pity in Franz's voice. He began to feel very unhappy because of that pity, restrained himself spasmodically from sobbing, gulped it all down, all about Italy, and that he was not the child of his father, and he hesitated whether he had better hide somewhere, all alone, or stay for sympathy with Franz. "Come along, old man, come with us," said Franz. "Then we'll go to Scheveningen." And he went at once and told the other two students, the Heidrechts, of the change of plan. "Then I'll leave my bicycle here," said Addy. He went with the three young men, who for his sake did not go to the Witte, and they walked to Scheveningen, and it was as though he heard that note of pity in the Heidrechts' voices too. Then, suddenly, on the new road, he saw the three Satsumers cycling back to the Hague. "There are our three nice gentlemen," said Franz. The three boys nodded as they passed. "Bonjour," but Addy did not nod back. Scheveningen was overcrowded with its Sunday visitors, but the Heidrechts were quite amusing, and Franz was always pleasant. It was late, close upon 6, when he decided to go home. "Well, goodbye, old man," said Franz. Addy pressed Franz's hand, wanted to thank him for the walk, but was too proud, because of that pity, and could not. "I'll come and fetch my bicycle tomorrow," was all he said, dully, and he went home slowly, alone. He felt as though he could not go home, as though he would have liked to walk somewhere else, anything to escape going home. He felt as though, suddenly, he had to drag with him a heavy sorrow, too heavy for his years, and as though it lay on his chest, on his throat, on his lungs. But he reached home at last, about 6:30. "How late you are, Addy," said Constance, a little annoyed. We've been waiting for you for the last half hour. Have you been with the 3 boys? Yes, said Addie. Oh, then, it's all right, she said. They sat down to dinner, but Addie was quiet, did not eat. What is it, my boy? Asked Van der Welcke. Nothing, said Addie. But his parents were not used to seeing their child like that, and insisted on knowing what was the matter. I've been fighting with Jaap, said Addie. Constance, already a little annoyed, flared up at once. Fighting? Fighting? What about, Addie? There's always something with the 3 boys. Oh, nothing, said Addie evasively. Come, said Van der Welcke. All boys have a fight now and again. But Addie did not speak, remained stiff and silent. He did not answer, would not say why he had fought with Jaap. And he was reasonable, tried to eat something so as not to upset his mother, but the food stuck in his throat. They hurried through dinner. When Addie was gloomy, everything was gloomy. There was nothing left. Life was not worth the dismal living. Constance's new and gentle happiness was gone, gone. Shall we go and bicycle a bit, my boy? Asked Van der Welcke. Or are you tired? Yes, I'm tired. Remember, Addie, said Constance coldly, that we are going to Grandmamma's, and that you have to change. Yes. He got up, went upstairs to his boy's room, not knowing what to say next, what to do with himself, where to sit, what book to take up. He remained standing aimlessly in the middle of the room, with that bottled-up sorrow of a whole afternoon lying heavy on his chest and lungs, that sorrow which he had dragged with Franz and the Heidrechts to Scheveningen, quietly, without sobbing, amid that bustling crowd of Sunday visitors. He stood there, aimlessly, dejected, when the door opened and Van der Welcke entered. Come, Addie, my boy, tell your father. What is it? Papa, he began, yearning now, burning to know. But he could not go on. It was his first sorrow, and it was so heavy, so oppressively heavy. Come, my lad, what's the matter? Papa. Tell me. Come on, tell me. Papa, am I not? What, Addie? Papa, am I not your child? Van der Welcke looked at him in astonishment. What's that? He asked, and did not understand. No, I'm not, am I? Yes, I know now. Look here, Addie, what's the matter with you? I'm not your child, am I? You're not my child? What do you mean? I'm the child of an Italian, am I not? Of an Italian? And that's why they call me the Italian. Van der Welcke, in his amazement, did not know what to say. He stared at Addie, and his silence meant confession to Addie. I am Mamma's child, am I not, but not yours. I am the child of an Italian. My boy, who told you that? Jaap. But, Addie, it's not true. Oh, you only say that it's not true, but it is true. But now Van der Welcke, after his first amazement, suddenly realized the boy's distress, and caught him in his arms, and took him on his knees, there in the big chair. Addie, I swear to you, it's not true. My child, it's not true. You are my child. You are my boy. You are mine. You are mine. Mine. Is it really true? You're mine, Addie. They lie. Good Lord. My boy, would I love you so madly if you were not my boy? And he pressed his son to his breast, his 2 arms tightly round him. Papa, can I trust you? Yes, my boy. God, those vile people. Who says it, and why do they say it? And it's a lie, Addie. They lie. You're my child, mine alone. My son and Mamma's son. My child. my darling. Would we, your two parents, your father and your mother, be so fond of you, so passionately fond of you, if it were not so?" Now Addy believed, and he burst into sobs. He sobbed freely. He could no longer restrain himself, and he felt as if he were sobbing for the first time in his young life. It melted away, all his young, small, natural manliness melted away, and he became as weak as a child, because Papa assured him that he was the son of Papa and Mamma, and because he believed Papa now. He sobbed wildly on his father's chest, clutching Vandervelka in his sturdy little arms until both of them were nearly stifled. "Daddy, my daddy," he said, in little jerks. "Am I really your child? Oh, tell me again, am I your child? The whole day long, Daddy, I believed I was not your child. The whole day long I was walking with Franz and the Heidrechts, thinking I was not your son, and I didn't want to come back home because I thought I was not your son. I wanted to just go away somewhere because I thought I was not your son. Daddy, tell me, am I your son? Oh, I should have thought it so terrible if I was not your son. I should have thought it so terrible, because I love you so, and because everything would have been for nothing then, if you weren't my father. They said that my father was an Italian, and that you were not my father. Tell me again, Daddy, are you my father?" "Yes, my boy, I am your father." He said it now with such conviction that Addy believed him absolutely. But the child still clasped his father to him, as though he would never let him go. "Addy, how could you? How could you believe it for a moment?" "But then why do people say it?" "Because they are spiteful." "But why do people say it?" There was still a lurking suspicion in him. If he was not the son of an Italian, why did people talk about his parents' past, years ago at Rome? And though he believed Papa now, there was still much suspicion in him, and he kept on saying to himself, "But then, why do people say it?" It tossed about in his mind that there must be something that Papa was keeping back. But he believed, he wanted to believe Papa. Yes, he was Papa's child, and that was his great content, after the sorrow which he had suffered a whole day long. That he had not loved Papa for nothing, that he was the child of the man whom he loved. "Addy!" It was Constance calling from downstairs. "Hush," said Vandervelka. "Hush, my boy. Say nothing to Mamma. Let Mamma see nothing, for it would cause her so much pain, unnecessarily. And you do believe me now, don't you? You do believe me now, when I assure you that I couldn't possibly, Addy, couldn't possibly be so fond of you else." Yes, he now believed his father's word, which he felt to be the truth. He believed, but still there was something, but he did not want to ask anything more now. Papa himself was too much upset, and they had to go out to Grandmamma's because it was Sunday evening. "Addy!" "Go down now, Addy. Mamma's calling you." He went out on the landing. "Yes, Mamma. What time is it?" "It's time to dress." "Yes, I'll get dressed at once, Mamma." He became a little man again, while his eyes were still screwed up and red with crying. He once more embraced his father very tightly. "Daddy, Daddy, I believe you." "My boy, my boy, my boy. Go now, my own boy. Go and wash and get dressed. And don't let Mamma notice anything, will you?" No, he would not let her see, and he would have a good wash in cold water, wash his throbbing temples and his smarting eyes. "Those damned people! Those damned people!" said Vandervelka, cursing and clenching his fists. Constance, downstairs, ready dressed, was waiting for them, a little put out because Addy had come home so late, because he had fought with Jaap, because he had refused to eat. "Here I am, Mamma." There was nothing to show what he had been through. He looked fresh and serious in his new blue suit. His voice was soft and propitiatory. Her face lit up at once. "Tell me now, Addy, why you fought with Jaap." "Oh, a boy's quarrel, Mamma. About nothing, really. About nothing at all. Jaap was tormenting a cat, and I can't stand that. Give me a kiss, Mamma." He kissed his mother very earnestly, embraced her in his clutching arms. He would have forgiven her everything if it had been really so, if he had been the son of an Italian, but it would have been an everlasting grief to him if he had not been his father's son. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Small Souls by Louis Couperus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Van der Welcke kept himself under control that Sunday evening for Mama Van Loa's sake, but he was really shocked at Addy's concern and by the calumnies that appeared to be stealthily uttered against him in The Hague. And next morning he went to the Ministry of Justice, asked to see Van Satsuma, and without beating about the bush, requested him to punish his son Jaap for his spiteful slander. Van Satsuma, losing his head in the face of Van der Welcke's lofty and resolute tone, stammered and spluttered, spoke to Adolphine when he got home, and delegated the business to his wife. Adolphine, it is true, scolded Jaap for being so stupid, but, in doing it, created an excitement that lasted for days, and penetrated to the Van Nagels, the Ruyveners, Karel and Cato, Gerrit and Adeline, Paul and Doreen, until everybody was talking about it and knew of the incident, excepting only Mama Van Loa, whom they always spared, and Constance herself. A couple of days later, Van der Welcke saw Van Satsuma again, and asked him if he had corrected Jaap, and, when he perceived in Van Satsuma's spluttering a certain vagueness, a certain inclination to avoid the point, Van der Welcke, who was naturally quick-tempered, flew into a rage, and said he would speak to Jaap himself. And that same evening, 3 days after the Sunday in question, Van der Welcke went to the Van Satsumas, was very polite to Adolphine and her husband, but told Jaap in his parents' presence that, if he ever dared repeat his slanderous insinuations against Addy, he, his uncle Van der Welcke, would give him a thrashing which he would remember all the days of his life. Van Satsuma lost his head. Unaccustomed to such plain speaking, he spluttered and stammered, blurting out conciliatory words, and Adolphine told Van der Welcke that she was quite capable of punishing her children herself if she thought necessary. Van der Welcke, however, managed to keep cool and civil towards the father and mother, but again warned Jaap, so that he might know what to expect. And the whole family soon learnt that Van der Welcke had been to the Van Satsumas and threatened Jaap, and all the members of the family had their different opinions, all except Mama Van Loa, who was not told, who was always spared the revelation of any unpleasantness, from a sort of reverence on her children's part, so that she really lived and reigned over them in a sort of illusion of harmony and close communion. And Constance also was not told, remained gently happy, gently contented, with that calm, sweet sadness in her face and soul, which was the reflection of her moods. On the following Sunday, however, merely knowing that Addy was still angry with Jaap, she said at lunch, "Addy, won't you go to the 3 boys today and make it up with Jaap?" But Addy gave a decided refusal. "I'll do anything to please you, Mamma, but I'll never go back to those boys." Constance lost her temper. "So, on account of what you yourself call a boys' quarrel about a cat, you wish to remain on bad terms with the children of your mother's sister?" Addy took fright. It was true. The course seemed very unreasonable. But Van der Velke, himself irritable under the restraint which he had been imposing upon himself, said, trembling all over, "I don't choose, Constance, that Addie should continue to go about with those boys." His determined manner brought her temper seething up, and all her gentle calmness vanished. "And I choose," she exclaimed, "that Addie should make friends with them. Mamma, I can't really. Constance, it's impossible." Though she was quivering in all her nerves, there was something in the manifest determination of them both that calmed her. But she grew suspicious. "Tell me why you quarrelled. If you can't make it up, then it wasn't about a cat." "Let us first have our lunch in peace, if possible," said Van der Velke. "I'll tell you everything presently, at least if you can be calm." He realized that he could no longer keep her in ignorance. She collected all her strength of mind to remain cool. After lunch, when she was alone with her husband, she said, "Now, tell me what it is all about." "On one condition, that you keep calm. I want to avoid a scene if I possibly can, if only for the sake of our boy, who has been very unhappy." "I am quite calm. Tell me, what is it? Why has he been unhappy?" He now told her. She kept calm. She first tried to gloss things over, in a spirit of contradiction, but she was overcome with a deep sense of depression when she thought of her boy and his trouble. For one torturing moment, she doubted whether she had not been very wrong to return to her native land, to her native town, in the midst of all her relations. But she merely said, "Slander, that appears to be people's occupation everywhere." Now that she seemed calm, he resolved to tell her everything, and said that he had been to the Van Satzemas and threatened Jaap. Her temper was roused for a moment, but subsided again in the profound depression that immediately left her numb and disheartened. The torturing pain followed again, and the doubt whether she had not been quite wrong. But she did not give utterance to the doubt, and simply went to the turret room where her boy was. "Are you going out, Addie?" she asked vaguely, calm amid her depression. "Let's go out together, Mamma," he said. She smiled, glad that he was giving her this Sunday afternoon, with that justice with which he divided his favours. She stood in front of him with blank eyes, to which the tears now stole, but with the smile still playing about her mouth. "Shall we, Mamma?" She nodded yes. Then she knelt down beside her boy, where he sat with his book in his hands, and it was as though she were making herself very small, as though she were shrinking, and she laid her head on his little knees and put one arm round him. She wept very softly into his lap. "Come, Mummy, what's the matter?" She now knew what he had suffered, a sorrow almost too great for one of his years to bear. She almost wished to beg his pardon, but dared not. She only said, "Addie, you did believe Papa, didn't you?" "Yes." "And you believe me, too, when I say that it's not true what people say?" "Yes, I believe you." He believed her, and yet a suspicion lingered in his mind. There was something, even though that particular thing was not true. There was something, but he did not ask what it was, out of respect for those past years, the years that were his parents' own. "My child," she sobbed, with her head still in his lap. "Tell me, has my boy been very unhappy?" He just nodded to say yes, and pressed her to him, lifted her up, took her close to him on his knees with the caress of an embryo man. She closed her eyes on her son's breast. She felt so weary with her depression that she could have remained lying there. It was as though the illusion was beginning to crumble to pieces, like a dear house of sympathy from which sympathy had shown itself to be absent. "Don't let Grandmamma notice anything," she said softly. He promised. She wanted to leave the old woman her happiness in her illusion, the illusion of that dear house of sympathy. Her own illusion was crumbling, and yet she thought that she was exaggerating, making too much of it, because a wretched boy had given her child pain. "There's no reason why they should all be like that," she thought, and she once more summoned to her mind the illusion of that great dear house of sympathy for which she had yearned in her lonely exile. "Come, Mamma, let's go out." She released him slowly, smiled through her tears, as she rose from his lap and went to change her things. "How small we are," she thought. "What small creatures we are, and what small souls we have. Is that life, or is there something different?" End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Small Souls by Louis Couperus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The boy had grown serious, for that little incident represented more to him than a quarrel with a cousin about a word of abuse. It had suddenly opened a window to him, who was already none too young for his years, given him a view into the people around him, the big, older, grown-up, serious people, the people to whom he would belong later, when he too was big and old and grown up. And, at the same time, it had given him his first great sorrow. The boy had grown more serious than he already was, now that he had discussed it calmly with Frans van Nagel and told him that he had asked his father about it, and that the nickname was a pure slander. And the delicate bloom on his child's soul, which was like the soul of a little man, was not only offended by that slander and soiled by it, and profaned, but that fledgling man's soul, with its downy freshness, was startled and astonished and shocked, and did not understand why the people around him uttered slanders, the people for whom Mamma had longed because she missed them so in her loneliness, and because she was filled with that strange feeling, that passion for her family. Why did people slander? Why did they speak evil? For he now felt that they all knew that nickname, and perhaps all believed that slander a little, inasmuch as they all slandered. What did it benefit them? What did they gain by it? What good did it do them to slander for slander's sake? And the suspicion lingered, for if it was not true, what they said about his father and mother, what was it that was true? He felt that there was something in their past, something that had never entirely disappeared, something that still embittered the existence of both of them, something that was perhaps the cause of their irreconcilable discord. And the boy felt this so deeply, in the seriousness that had come with his newfound knowledge, that once, when he was alone with his father, he climbed on his knees, and simply asked him to tell him what it was. He was a child, for he still sat on his father's knee, and yet he was already a sturdy boy, though short for his years, and however serious he might be, he still had the soft bloom of his childhood on his cheeks and on his soul. True, his father was beginning to ask, "Aren't you too big, my boy, to sit on your father's knee?" But he himself did not think that he was too big yet. Seriousness and extreme childishness, manhood and boyhood were mingled in him, and, though he was a little man, he was also still a boy. Though he was serious, he still remained a child. He sat on his father's knees and asked him gravely to tell him what was true, if the slanders which people spoke were not true, for he felt that there was something. And he read in his father's eyes that he must not ask, and his father answered that he was still too young for his father to discuss everything with him. Then he fell silent, did not insist, but the suspicion never left him, and he now knew for certain that there was something, because his father had told him that he was too young to discuss things with him. and so the boy became serious, and when Van der Welcke came home to dinner from the club, he no longer found his cheerful Addy, who could talk so brightly and fill up the gap between him and Constance with his pleasant, boyish talk. The boy sat in silence, ate in silence, with his young soul full of suspicion, full of silent questionings as to what it really was, if the slanders which people uttered were not true. He loved them so fondly with that love of his, and it made him profoundly sad that he did not know that thing of the past, because, for want of that knowledge, he was no longer living their life. He now wished that he was older, so as to be able to live their life and have the right to know. And he weighed what he did know in his soul that longed for certainties. He knew that Mamma had been married before, and was divorced from the husband whom she never mentioned. Had it been that first husband's fault, or had she made him unhappy? Addy did not know, and was craving to know, and his longing was no morbid curiosity, but the result of his unnatural upbringing. His longing had come about quite naturally, after his first great sorrow, because his father and mother had both always looked upon him as almost more than their child, as their comrade, as their consolation, as their passion, to whom all the current of both their hearts went out. That Constance should have sobbed in his lap, that Van der Welcke should worship him as his warmest friend, him, their boy, their little son, had made his serious soul still more serious, and as deep as a small clear lake. And it could not be but that, after the first shock and the first sorrow, questions and longings should arise in him that as yet made no appeal to other children. His nature was healthy, the nature of a healthy child's soul, well and peacefully balanced in its early, sturdy manliness, but his existence between his two parents, it could not be called an upbringing, had worked on his nerves to the extent of now making him quiver with the wish to know. Those were gloomy meals, and Constance asked Van der Welcke why Addy was so gloomy, so different from what he had been. Now that the boy was gloomy, with that new, strange and serious gloominess, they both sought each other more than they had done, talked to each other calmly, without angry scenes. Now that the child was still suffering, they both together sought for a solution, how to stop his suffering, and helpless in the midst of this entirely new confidence, they looked at each other as though in despair, because they thought the solution too terrible. The child wanted to know, and they, both of them, would be compelled to stop his suffering, or perhaps increase it and feel his growing contempt and blame pressing upon them. Both of them would be compelled to speak of the years past, of the gigantic mistake of their lives, the mistake which had given him, their child, his life. Oh, how they felt it, both of them, that past which never died, sunk in a bottomless pit, but always haunted them, haunting them more seriously, more menacingly now that Addy was growing older and had been unhappy and wanted to know. Oh, how helpless they both felt, while they stared at each other in despair, because they did not know how to spare their darling, how to spare him. Even though they would spare him today, how indeed to spare him tomorrow, and because their sorrow was the same sorrow for their darling, for their comrade, their consolation, their passion. It was as though for the first time after years and years they were nearing each other, and for the first time bearing together a part of the heavy burden of life that pressed upon their small souls. How were they to spare him? How were they to spare him? Finding no solution, they each went their own way again, their eyes still blank with helplessness, their hearts heavy with despair. What had become of the melancholy contentment that had brought Constance her gentle happiness? And when they met again at meals, the boy, the sensible, merry little comrade of old, who had always enlivened those meal times, sat in silence, ate in silence, with his serious boy's face, firm in outline already, and yet with the soft bloom of the child upon it, and his steel-blue eyes full of thought. Then they would timidly stare at each other again, and the same discouragement would send its cry of despair from out of their timid glance. This was no longer to be endured. This made them both suffer overmuch. This would have cost them their lives and the grace of their lives. This they could no longer face. This made them feel more helpless from day to day. Though they both of them separately took him in their arms, he no longer said a word, accepted the fact that he was too young to know what was really true, if the slander was not true. But neither his face nor his soul brightened, and the deepening of his gloom was the measure of their despair. "What are we to do?" thought Constance. "What are we to do?" she asked Vandervelke. And she wrung her hands, feeling that the past was now doomed to remain for ever, and that to think anything else was to invite disillusion. Oh, the past, which not only remained, which not only would cling to them for ever, but which grew with the child, as though the sorrow of that past would always blossom anew, again and again, with perennial grief and woe. Oh, the indestructible sorrow, which always came back to haunt them, even though it seemed to have died, sunk in a bottomless pit, the abyss of past years. Until at last, as in a cry for help, in the helplessness that pressed and bore upon her more fiercely from day to day, clutching at her throat, inexorably demanding a decision, she made that decision, and wailed, "Tell him! Tell him! Tell him!" And as she uttered that wail, he saw her so prostrate under the decision that would bring down upon her the scorn, the rage perhaps, of their child, of their son, the death, O heaven, of his love, if he once knew and above all realized the truth, that he, her husband, felt pity for the woman who had turned his life into a long and dreary futility. And he said, "I will tell him, but have no fear. If he does understand and realize it, he will love you none the less for it, Constance." She looked at him, feeling that he no longer grudged her their child's love, that he was not as jealous as she, and for a moment she thought of throwing herself on his breast and sobbing out the anguish which she felt pressing more and more upon her, felt coming towards her like a monster looming out of the future. But the emotion tugging at her heartstrings was drawn back violently, and she went away and flung herself on the floor in her bedroom and hiccuped her despair, because her son was going to be told. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Small Souls by Louis Couperus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But he did not tell him that day. He merely persuaded himself that it was not necessary, that it would even be wrong to tell his son, his child, who was still so young, the past of their lives, that which he would hear of himself and know and understand when he was a year or two older. And on the following days also, hesitating, Vandervelke did not tell him. But the gloomy meals continued. Constance's fits of helplessness continued, and she once again exclaimed, "Oh, tell him! Do tell him!" And they both felt so unhappy, because they were losing their child more and more every day, that he determined to tell Addy. He hesitated until the last moment, wavering, struggling within himself, not knowing what would be right, what wrong, knowing only that he was suffering beyond endurance. Then, one evening, he looked up his child in the turret room. "Addy, Shall I be in your way if I sit here?" "No, Papa." The boy was doing his homework. Van der Velke sat down. He reflected that he would rather tell him some other day, when Addy was not working. The child worked on, silently, gloomily, grimly, and Van der Velke suddenly exclaimed, "Addy!" "Yes, Papa." "Come here for a minute." The boy stood up and went to him. "Tell me, why have you been so gloomy lately, my boy?" "I'm not gloomy, Daddy." "You hardly speak to me or your mother, and it's not like you to sulk. Are you angry with us?" "No, Daddy." "Aren't you angry with us?" "No, Daddy. What should I be angry for?" "Then, be as you used to be, Addy. When you're not cheerful, everything in the house is so sad." The boy smiled. "I'll try, Daddy." "But why try? Just be it, be it." No, Van der Velke could not tell him. "I'll try, Daddy." And he moved to go back to his books. "Addy." "What is it, Papa?" "Come here, come to me." "I have my work to do." "Come along, I want you." The boy came. "Come to me, here on my lap. Perhaps it is the last time, Addy, that I shall take you on my knee. You are my little boy still, and presently, perhaps you will be a big son to me, with whom I shall discuss things, and who will no longer sit on my lap." He sat down on his father's knee. "What is it?" he asked, quietly, sensibly. "I'm going to tell you, Addy." The child understood. "No, don't tell me," he said. "I'm not inquisitive, and I'm too young, perhaps, to know. It doesn't matter. I dare say I shall know later on. For the present, I'm just your little boy." He nestled against his father, in his arm. "It's so jolly sitting with you like this. Uncle Paul always says, when he sees us bicycling, that we are just like chums, but he has never seen us like this." Should he tell him? Thought Van der Velke. Should he not tell him? If he told him, this would be the last time that he would take his son on his knees. "I had made up my mind to tell you, Addy." "No, don't." He did not tell him that evening, and the boy tried to be as he used to, especially at meals, but he was not very successful. His cheerfulness sounded forced. Then, 2 evenings later, Van der Velke said, "Come here, Addy, come and sit on my lap." And that was the last time. "Listen, I want to tell you all about it. When you know, perhaps you will feel a little older than you do now, but when you know, you will be my child again, my son, won't you? My son, yes, who is becoming a man, but still my son, my friend as always. I'll tell you now. It's better that I should tell you." Then he told him, very simply. And it was very easy, very simple to tell Addy, in quiet words. He told his boy that he had fallen in love with Mamma when she was the wife of another, and that he had stolen Mamma's love, stolen it from that other man. He told the story so humbly, so quietly and simply, as though it meant nothing, making this confession to his child, and as though he were pouring out all his sufferings of the old days into the heart of a friend. They sat talking for a long time, and it did them both good. Then said Van der Velke, "Addy, go to Mamma now. She herself asked me to tell you everything. Go to her now and give her a kiss." The boy kissed him first, embraced him with throttling arms, with the grip of a friend's embrace. Then he went out, and Van der Velke, quietly smoking, listened to his footsteps on the stairs. But then Van der Velke started with a shock, reflected. "What have I done? Oh my God! No, no, no! I ought not to have told him." But the house remained very quiet. Constance was sitting alone in her boudoir. Her head was bent under the light of the lamp, over her needlework, and her hair, changing so gently to its cloudy grey, curled tenderly about the delicate oval of her still youthful face. There was a sort of gentle, resigned peace in her attitude, with much pensiveness and sadness. When Addie opened the door, he stood still, and she did not look up, thinking that it was Van der Welcke. Then he went to his mother. She looked up, startled. "Is that you?" "Yes, Mamma." She looked up at him, and suddenly it flashed across her that he knew. "Papa has been speaking to me, Mamma." She gave a violent start, as though she had had an electric shock. Her eyes closed, her head fell back, her hands fell slackly in her lap. "Oh, God," she thought. "No, oh, no, he ought not to have told him." He knelt before his mother and passed his fingers slowly over her face and gently opened her eyes. She looked at him with a pale, terrified, shocked face and staring eyes and distorted mouth. She saw his own fresh, soft child's face, smiling friendlily. "I know the truth now, Mamma," he said, "and if people slander me now, I can bear it." She threw her arms around him, dropped her head upon his breast. She felt him in that embrace, grown older, bigger, stronger, now quite a man. She felt a protector in him, but she was ashamed, and again closed her eyes. "My boy," she murmured, "do you love your mother?" "Yes, Mamma." Her face grew calmer, but her eyes remained shut. "My darling," she whispered, almost inaudibly, with closed eyes. "Thank you, but leave me to myself now." He kissed her with his manly tenderness, and then went out and shut the door. She opened her eyes, looked round the room, but it was as though she was ashamed before everything, before the walls of the room and the furniture around her. For now she closed her eyes again and hid her face in her hands. And she sat like that for long, as though lost in thanksgiving for the mercy vouchsafed her by life. But between the two of them, the boy now brightened, strong in the power of truth and certainty, and even though window after window had opened before him, giving him a glimpse into the world, between the two of them he recovered his former self. His former voice, his childish tempers even, became once more the consolation and the aim of their two existences. She went for walks on his arm. He went bicycling with him for long distances, full of air and space. The house resounded with his young, serious, no longer treble voice. When she looked at him, however, she thought that he had grown, had become broader, that the shape of his head, the curve of his cheeks were losing the childish softness that still belonged to his years. And when Van der Welcke felt bored in his smoking room, and went and sat with Addie in the turret, always first punctiliously asking his son if he was interrupting him in his work, he no longer took him on his knee. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Small Souls by Louis Couperus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was one morning during the summer holidays that old Mr. Van der Welcke said to his wife, "Why not ask the little boy to come and stay with us?" There was never much said between the old people, but each understood without words, or from a single word, the thought that was passing in the other's mind. Not until evening did the old lady ask, "The little boy alone?" "Yes, alone. Or with Henry." 2 days after that, she suggested, "Oughtn't we to invite them all three, in that case? Constance as well?" The old man said nothing and went on reading, as though he had not heard, and his wife did not press for an answer. But at nightfall, when they sat staring at the dark summer evening outside, old Mr. van der Velde said, "No, I don't like her. Let us ask Henri and Adriaan." She said nothing. She was used to obeying her husband's wishes, and she had brought up Henri also, long ago, to obey his parents' wishes. And Henri had obediently given up his life, given up himself at their command to that woman. Which of the two was more to blame, whether he had been the tempter or she the temptress, they did not know. They did not wish to know, because all temptation sprang from the evil one. But Henri was a man, and so the responsibility fell upon him. He, being responsible, they had commanded him to sacrifice himself, and thus to atone for his sin in the face of God and man. That was how they had seen it at the time, how they had commanded, how it had come to pass. But he, the father, had lost his son through that command, and the loss always rankled. "Henri and Adriaan alone," the old man repeated. Now that he was repeating his few words, she knew that his will was irrevocable. She was sorry for it. The voices which spoke to her now and then, on nights when the wind blew, had gradually brought her to a gentler mood, as though they had been soothing music to her listening soul. These voices had told her to go to The Hague, and there she had for the second time seen that woman, the bane of their life as parents, and met that woman's mother, and it was as though that meeting between mother and mother had been a gentle balm, as gentle and healing as the magic music of the voices, a balm that brought about a softer mood, that caused more to be understood, that caused much to be forgiven, in a gradual approach towards reconciliation after so many, many dismal years of silent rancour and antagonism. In her, the old woman, the rancour had as it were melted away, since she had read the strange book, since she had heard the voices on gusty nights, since she had seen that woman's mother and known her sadness. In the old woman it was a gentle wish, not only for reconciliation, but for some measure of friendship with that woman, the wife of her son, the mother of her grandchild. But she felt that there was no trace of any such wish in her husband's heart, and, because she could only obey, she said nothing, and merely told him wordlessly that she did not think as he thought. He heard her saying it without words, but he did not give in, and when they went to bed he said, "I shall write to Henri tomorrow." He wrote to ask if Henri and Adriaan would come and spend a week at Driebergen before Adriaan's holidays were over. Van der Velde felt in the laboured words of that old man, who was not used to writing, that his father was implacable towards Constance. Constance felt it, and so did Addie, and when Addie, offended on his mother's behalf, said, angrily, that she was being left behind alone, she replied, "It's better that you should go with Papa, my boy." She thought it advisable for him, the grandson, the heir, not to provoke his grandfather. But she had never spent a week without him before. "What can I do?" she thought. "He is growing bigger, older. I shall see less of him as time goes on." Yes, he had grown bigger, older. He was now 14. He was broad, and his voice was so curiously deep sometimes, was changing, but he remained small for his age. The pink childishness of his skin was becoming downy with a sort of blonde velvet bloom, and that blonde velvet was more clearly defined above his upper lip. But he was still a child, in the innocent freshness which, despite his seriousness, wafted from all his being like a perfume. "I'm going to Driebergen for a week with Papa," he said to Paul, to Gerrit, to Adeline. "Will you take pity on Mamma, Uncle, while I'm away? Will you, Auntie?" They promised, smiling. Constance remained calm and peaceful. After those gently happy moods there had come to her, since Addie's quarrel with Jaap about the nickname and what had happened after the quarrel, a nameless depression that silently gnawed at her heart. She did not speak about it, did not mention it to Addie, nor to Gerrit, nor to Paul. She entombed it in the depth of herself. Father and son went away, and the grandparents thought that the little boy had grown. The grandmother feared that the children of the villa close by would be too childish, after all, for Adrian to play with. She said this with an air of disappointment, but also of astonishment and admiration, and although Henri said that Addie could play very nicely with his Uncle Gerrit's fair-haired little tribe, even if he was a little paternal with them, yet the old woman sent no message to the villa. It was beautiful at Driebergen and Zeist, and Van der Welcke enjoyed being there. And, as they had brought their bicycles, they went on long expeditions. When alone with his father, Van der Welcke spoke out more and more. He spoke of the past, humbly, as though once more asking forgiveness of that stern father, who to him, the son, seemed almost supernatural in his absolute virtue and stainlessness. He spoke of Rome. He even spoke of de Staffela, who was still alive at his country place near Haarlem, a man as old as Van der Welcke's father. He spoke of those last dismal years at Brussels, of how they had both longed for Dutch air and Dutch people, especially for their own families. But he also said that, however glad he might be to see his parents again, he thought that to Constance this renewal of family ties was often a disappointment. As he talked, he felt himself the boy, the student, the young man of former days, who also had talked much with his father alone, even as Addie now talked with him. He spoke of his boy, and admitted that he worshipped him, that they both worshipped him. The old man, quietly smoking his pipe, listened, taking a new interest in those younger lives, the lives of his son and grandson. The old man felt as though he were rediscovering something of his son, but he also felt him to be very far away from him, without love or fear of God. Van der Welcke spoke on, and, almost unconsciously, in this confession and avowal of his life and thoughts and feelings, he told how Addie had quarrelled and fought with his cousin, told of the talk in their circle, and of the distress of his son. He told on, almost unconsciously, of the wavering, the struggle, the helplessness of Constance and himself, when they saw their child pining with that distress, and, almost unconsciously, Van der Welcke confessed, quite simply, that he had spoken to his son as to a man, and told his son the truth about his parents' past. The old man, quietly smoking, had heard him in silence, glad to listen to his son's voice. What his son had told him to start with was strange to him. Thoughts, feelings, experiences of a very strange life, differing wholly from his own. But what his son told him now made him doubt whether he had heard aright. "What do you say?" he asked, thinking that he must be hard of hearing. Van der Welcke repeated what he had said. "You told Adrian your past? Told him about Rome and de Staffela?" "Yes, without entering into unnecessary details, and with due respect for his youth. I told him the truth, the whole truth. The boy was suffering pain, was distressed because he did not know, and now he is suffering no longer." The old man shook his head, put down his pipe. "I don't understand," he said, "or else there's something wrong with my hearing. You told Adrian?" Van der Welcke repeated it again, smiling a little at his father's astonishment. The old man understood that he had heard quite clearly, but he was so much shocked that he could not speak. And it was only next day that he asked, "How were you able to tell Adrian that?" "Just plainly and simply," said Van der Welcke. Just plainly and simply, the old man echoed. And not until that evening did he find more words. Then he said, "No, I can't understand it. I can't understand you, Henry. I feel that there is a very, very deep gulf between us. I feel that there is neither love nor fear of God in you, that everything in your life, in your relations with your wife, with your child, lacks a religious tendency. It makes me very sad. I could never have pictured things like that. I at least thought that you would have asked God's forgiveness daily for the sin you once committed, the sin against yourself, your parents, that woman, her husband, against the world, against God. I never imagined you, Henry, so obdurate, so entirely without repentance, regretting merely your own ruined life and shattered career. I can only pray for you, and I will pray for you every day. Still, I can understand want of faith, but what I can't understand is that you should, plainly and simply, corrupt the soul of your son, a child of 14, by telling him of your sin, plainly and simply, so that he might no longer suffer. Those were your words, were they not? Now, when I repeat those words to myself, and repeat them again, and think over them, and reflect upon them, I fail to understand them. I do not understand them. I feel that you must be entirely lacking in moral sense, in any idea of duty towards your child, in any fear of God, to be able to act like that, to be able to speak like that to your son, just to spare him suffering, plainly and simply. And I ask myself, am I dreaming? Where am I? Whom am I speaking to? Is the man opposite me my son, my child, brought up by myself, and is what he is telling me the truth or an illusion? And if that illusion is the truth, Henry, if you are so entirely lost to every sense of moral and parental duty, then I am very, very sorry to hear it, and I sit staring into a horrible abyss. And I confess that I do not understand you, and that I understand nothing of the world, the times and the people of today." The old man had spoken slowly, measuring every word. "Father," said Henry, "you and I are different, and I can understand that you, an old man, in your great goodness and transcendental sense of duty, cannot understand how I feel and think and act. Still, I do not believe that I have corrupted Addie, and I am convinced that it was a good impulse that suggested to Constance and me to tell our child about our past at once, and not to wait until he was a year or two older. Tell me if you think that he looks like a child whose imagination has been defiled. Tell me if you do not think, on the contrary, that he is a strong-minded boy who suffered from those slanders when they reached him, simply because he did not know the truth, and who now, knowing the truth, loves both his parents with his clear, candid soul, and is no longer in doubt, but knows." The old man slowly shook his head with the tall ivory forehead, while his gnarled hands trembled. "Henry, you can thank God if your child, whose purity you have put to so severe a test, emerges from that test unstained." Van der Velke was silent out of respect. He felt himself, notwithstanding his love, so far removed from his father that his heart was wrung, and he thought, "Will Addie ever, ever be so far removed from me?" End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Small Souls by Louis Couperus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The old man often reverted to that conversation.
Henry, can you imagine me, your father, speaking to you when you were 13, about a sin, about a crime I had committed?
No, Van der Velke could never have imagined it. He was sorry now that he had told his father so much, seeing how shocked the old man was. And though he tried to find soothing words in order to calm his father after that shock, still everything that he said sounded too cynical, too modern, too flippant almost, and he no longer answered, but preferred to avoid the subject, when the old man returned to it daily, shaking his head and making his comments. And Van der Velke was obliged to smile when his father often closed those comments with the remark,
"Don't let your mother know anything about it."
No, he did not tell his mother, because his father ordered him to leave his mother out of all this cynical philosophy and atheistical lack of principle, because his father thought that it would hurt her, his wife, whom he had always kept secluded from all knowledge of the outside world, until the scandal in Rome had come as a shock to both of them. And even then, in the years that followed, he had always hidden as much as possible of the world from his wife, holding that a woman, whatever her age, need not know, need not read, need not discuss, need not reflect upon all those things which, far removed from the two of them, were sins such as their son had committed. Van der Velke now for the first time fully realized how grievous the shock of the scandal must have been to both of them years ago. He, young though he was, but lately emancipated from his parents, had at once lost so much of those strict principles in his life in Rome, in his contact with women of the world, in his polished drawing-room talk on soul-weariness with Constance. And he now, for the first time, fully understood why they had not wished to see the two of them, and why years had to elapse before there could be any question of forgiveness. And, however much he had longed for his father in Brussels, he now felt that this longing was an illusion, that his father was a stranger to him now, and he a stranger to his father, two strangers to each other, whom only a remembrance of former days had brought together again. And curiously, though, as a child he had liked his father better than his mother, his love now seemed to turn more to his mother, who had never become a stranger, who had always remained the mother, silently reading her forbidden book, longing simply for her child, to whom the voices had sent her. But just as my father would never have spoken out to me, no more would I ever have gone bicycling with my father, thought Van der Velke as he darted with Addy along the smooth roads towards the Zeist woods. They were like two brothers, an elder and a younger brother, neither of them tall, but both fairly broad, both with something delicate and high-bred, and yet something powerful in their build. Van der Velke was young still, and slender for his 39 years, and both, under the same sort of cap, had the same face, the same steel-blue eyes, the same straight profile with its short nose, well-formed mouth and broad chin, though one was a man and the other a boy. They pedalled and devoured the roads on that scorching August morning, talking gaily like two friends. "Let's stop here, Addy, and take a rest," said Van der Velke at length, out of breath. They alighted, leant their machines against a couple of trees, flung themselves on the mound of needles under the fir trees, which rose silently and peacefully, calm as cathedral pillars. "I say, I'm tired," said Van der Velke, feeling a little older for the moment than his son. "Addy, how you take it out of your father!" Addy laughed, pulled off his cap and wiped his forehead with his handkerchief. Van der Velke rested his head on Addy's knee. "Move higher up. You're not comfortable like that," said Addy, and catching his father under the armpits, he hoisted him up a bit. "No, that won't do either," he said. "Look here, you're squashing my stomach." "Is this better?" "Yes, if you keep still, old chap, and don't move. You can stay like that." And he passed his fingers through his father's short curly hair, while Van der Welcke lay silent, closed his eyes and thought, "Fancy me, when I was 14, pulling up my father by his arms and saying to him, 'Look here, you're squashing my stomach. If you keep still, old chap, you can stay like that.'" And he suddenly began to splutter with laughter. "I say, what's up? What are you laughing at?" "Addie, I was thinking. "Well, what were you thinking?" "I was thinking." And Van der Welcke began to wobble up and down with laughter. "Oh, but I say, whoa, don't go jumping about on my stomach like that. Hi, stop, keep still. What's the joke?" "I was thinking of your grandpapa's face if, when I was your age, I had hauled him up like that by his arms and said to him, 'If you keep still, if you keep still.'" Addie's sense of humour made him see the picture at once. Grandpapa, getting on for 40, and very stately and dignified, and Papa, a boy like himself, and Papa saying, "If you keep still, old chap, you can stay like that." And both of them burst with laughter, one on top of the other. And Addie, whom his father's weight prevented from laughing as he would have liked to, flung his legs madly in the air, almost stood on his head, until Van der Welcke tumbled backwards with his head lower than his feet. "Bother you, I was just so comfortable." Addie took pity on Papa, pulled him up again under his arms, dragged him about most disrespectfully, first shoved his head on his chest. No, that hurt. Then a little lower down, on his stomach. There, he could stay like that. But Van der Welcke kept on laughing like a lunatic, and Addie was the first to recover his seriousness. "Father, stop it now. Stop shaking about like that." Van der Welcke closed his eyes blissfully. The scent of the steaming pines floated on the summery air. The needles glistened and gave off their fragrance, and Van der Welcke fell asleep with his head in his son's lap. "Dear old father," thought Addie, and he stroked his father's round curly head. He looked down at him, and so as not to disturb his father's sleep, sat motionless with his back against a tree. He looked down at him. Dear old father! But he was not old, his father. He was young. And all at once it seemed to Addie that he saw it for the first time. His father was young, and he thought to himself how strange it was that, when you are young yourself, you call everybody old. Granny Van Loer and Grandpapa and Grandmamma Van der Welcke were old, and Uncle Reuvener and Auntie were old, and the two old aunts, Auntie Rina and Auntie Tina, were very old, regular old mummies. But Papa was young. Why, he was only a year or two older than Uncle Paul, who was always the young man, the dandy, with his exquisite coats and beautiful ties. And Papa looked younger than Uncle Paul. Papa certainly looked younger. Addie bent over him while he slept. He lay quietly sleeping, with his face 3/4 turned on Addie's lap, and Addie, seeing for the first time that Papa was young, studied his face. Oh, how young Papa was! He was younger than Mamma. He looked much younger. He looked almost like an elder brother of Addie's. His hair, thinning ever so little over the temples, was still quite brown. Soft, short, curly brown hair, almost close-cropped, but curling just a little, like his own. His forehead was white, like that of a statue, without a wrinkle, had kept white under the peak of his cycling cap, and his cheeks, a little blue from shaving, were healthily bronzed. His eyelids were young, his lids now closed in sleep. His straight nose was young, and his mouth, with the short, thick, curly moustache above it. His frame was young, and on Addie's knees lay his young hands, small, broad and dainty, with carefully tended nails. Addie looked at his own fingernails, boy's nails, which were torn rather than cut. How strange that Papa should be so young! He noticed it for the first time, and for the first time he felt himself to have grown older, no longer quite a child, a boy still, but grown into a young man, even though he was only 14. Yes, when you were a child, a real child, you looked upon anybody older than yourself as just old. Now he was astounded how young Papa was, and how much older Mamma was. True, her face was young still, but she had grey hair. She was 43. He could imagine Papa with a very young wife, a girl almost, like one of the cousins, Louise or Emily or Floortje. Papa and a wife like that would make a good pair. How young he was! How young he was! He was now sleeping like a child on Addie's stomach, peacefully breathing. Dear old father! No, not a bit old, as young as a brother, as a friend, as a chum, so jolly too, and so mad sometimes. And then suddenly he would try to be the stern parent. Dear father! Addie laughed. That didn't come off at all. He loved him like that, so young, such a friend, such a chum, such a brother. Mamma was his mother, always, even though he did sometimes flirt with her, but Papa was not a papa. Papa was his friend and his brother. But, young though Papa was, Addie nevertheless thought it strange that he had said to him so often, "My life is shattered. My career is done for." Why was that? Was it only because Papa had had to leave the diplomatic service when he was still quite young and had married Mamma? But Addie was a sensible and prematurely intelligent child, and his bright, young intelligence could not admit that. And, suddenly, Addie thought, if things really were as Papa declared, his life shattered, his career done for, then Addie thought it wrong, disapproved of it, thought it weak of Papa, weak, morbid almost, yes, morbid. How was it possible that Papa, since the day when he had sent in his resignation, had never done anything but complain of that ruined career, reproaching Mamma with it, silently or out loud, and only picking up a trifle at Brussels with commissions on wine and insurances, whereas there was so much else. Life, the world, the whole world open before him. And to him, to the boy himself, it was as though wide prospects stretched out before him, which as yet he only divined as a dream of the future, which as yet he only felt to be there, to exist for anyone who is young and strong and healthy and has brains. But while he thus wondered and disapproved within himself, so weak, why so weak? He felt a sort of fond and gentle pity amidst his wonder and disapproval, combined with a sort of need to grow still fonder of that father, who was so young, so strong, and so weak. His boyish hand rested gently on his father's curly hair, stroked it gently while his father lay sleeping. And with a sort of tenderness, the boy thought, "Why are you like that? How can you be like that? Why have you never overcome that weakness, become manlier, firmer? Poor, poor father!" And it was strange, but, while he disapproved, he felt his love increase, as the love of the stronger goes out to the weaker and lesser. The stronger the one feels, the weaker the other appears to him, and thus the instinct is developed to protect and care for that other. And now he remained stock still, thinking that he had really tired his father out, for they had ridden like mad that morning, intoxicated with the smooth length of the roads, giddied with excessive speed. He remained stock still, as though he himself were a father who was letting his tired child sleep in his arms. And while he sat gazing at that young face of his father's, that white forehead divided with a sharp stripe from the blue bronze cheeks, there fluttered through his vision those new thoughts, like birds that were learning to fly, those dreams of wide prospects stretching away to dim futures at which he only guessed as yet, because the world was so wide and life so big. And though these fledgling thoughts were all ignorant of the world and of life, they fluttered to and fro, fluttered away, and then back to the nest, where they, the newborn thoughts, settled upon that greatest and strongest and most conscious feeling, that of love for the father who was so young that he was like a brother, and so weak that he was as a child. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Small Souls by Louis Couperus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Constance was much alone during those days. She was even more lonely than she had ever been in Brussels, when Van der Velke was away about his wines or his insurances, because this was the first time that she had been parted from Addy. She saw her mother almost every day, however, but for the rest she mostly stayed at home, just as she had very often stayed at home in Brussels. A gentle melancholy had come upon her, after her fits of depression, a melancholy that impelled her to be much at home and much by herself. She was a stay-at-home woman. Her house had the well-tended and attractive and comfortable appearance of a house which is loved by its occupant, with the unadventurous feeling that home is the safest place. She busied herself in the mornings in a quiet way, did her housekeeping, gave her orders quietly and methodically, and her house always had an atmosphere of cosy, restful well-being, which seemed to calm her and persuade her to stay in it. The two maids, with whom she was always the calm, pleasant mistress of the house, liked her, did their work quietly, and soon learnt what was expected of them. During these days when she was alone, she went all over the house with them, made them give Van der Velke's room and Addy's room a thorough cleaning, went through every corner of her cupboards with her gentle, mindful fingers, the fingers of a dainty woman who imparted something of her own daintiness to everything that she touched. She was not a great reader, did not play the piano, was not even particularly cultured. As a child she had been fond of fairy tales. As a child she had even invented fairy tales, but apart from that she did not care much for literature. Poetry she regarded as insincere, and she did not know much about music. But there was something soft and pretty and distinguished about her, something exquisite and feminine, especially now that her vanity was really dead. She had an innate sense for never doing or saying anything that was ugly or harsh or coarse, and it was only when her nerves got the better of her that she could lose her temper and fly into a passion. But, owing especially to her sadness and to the grey and dismal years which she had passed, she had developed a very sensitive, soft heart, almost hypersensitive and over-soft. A word of sympathy at once fell upon her like kindly dew, and made her love whoever uttered it. She had become very fond of her mother, more so than formerly, appreciating in Mamma the mother who kept her children together. She also shared that family affection, that strange fondness for all her kith and kin, but she often experienced what Mamma never felt, the disappointment and depression and discouragement of loving, with a love that was deep and inclusive, those whose changing, complex interests were forever taking them farther and farther out of reach. At such times, she just remained at home in her own house, wrapped herself in her gentle melancholy, went over the house with the maids, who liked her, in order that everything might be very nice and neat. She had nothing of the Dutch housewife about her, and the maids often told her that Mrs. So-and-so used to do things this way, and Mrs. What's-her-name that way. But she had so much tact that they did as she wished, and accepted her distribution of hours and duties, and her house was always in order, comfortable, fit to live in. She had the gentle little fads of a woman who has no great intellect, and who takes pleasure in almost simple, childish little femininities. If she happened to have a headache or felt out of sorts, she thought it pleasant to lie on the sofa in her bedroom with a heap of fashion plates around her, and quietly to think out all sorts of costumes which she did not require and did not order, but which she just thought out, created, with the graceful fancy of a dainty woman who loves pretty clothes. Or she could amuse herself with tidying up her cupboards, going through all her laces and ribbons, folding them up neatly, smoothing them out, laying them in the different compartments of exquisite little empire chests of drawers, and scenting them with orris root. Or she could go through her trinkets, she had not many, polishing her jewels and trying the effect of them upon herself, with a pleased laugh at those pretty things which sparkle so brightly and enhance a woman's beauty. She was not interested in the larger questions, did not understand feminism, was a little afraid of socialism, especially because the poor were so dirty and smelt so horribly. Still, she was charitable, though she was not at all well off, and often gave money to the poor and dirty, hoping above all that they would wash themselves. And yet, she had a fairly logical intelligence, even though she was not cultured, even though she did not ponder deeply on social questions or on art. Now that her vanity was dead, she was a woman of the world, who just thought the world tedious and tiresome, and felt just a need for sympathy and soft compassion. And only sometimes did the strings within her seem to become more tensely stretched, and there sounded through her something like a vague sadness that suddenly made her think, and say to herself, "How small we are, and how small everything that we do is. I am growing old now, and what has there been in my existence? Could there be anything else in life, or is life just like that, for everybody?" In point of fact, she herself did not know that her heart had never spoken. She had fallen in love with Van der Welcke at Rome because of his good looks, in that atmosphere of vanity and drawing-room comedy which had made her, after reading a couple of fashionable French novels, talk sadly about her soul-weariness, parrot-wise, neither knowing nor feeling aught of what she said. She never even thought that there was another sort of love than that which she had felt for Van der Welcke, and if she happened to read about it somewhere, in one of her occasional fits of reading, she would think, "It's only a book, and the author is writing fine words." But at the same time, her gentle nature was too superlatively and exquisitely feminine, and also too motherly to look upon physical love as the only needful thing. No, what she had felt as a duty in the case of her first husband, and as passion in the case of Van der Welcke, had soon turned to mother-love. Married, in her passion she had at once longed for a child, and she had worshipped her child from the very first day. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Small Souls by Louis Couperus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Constance was in her bedroom one morning, arranging all sorts of things, when the servant came and said, "Mrs. Van Satzemer is here, ma'am." Constance's eyelashes trembled and her lips contracted. She would have liked to make an excuse, to say that she was not at home, but she refrained because of the maid. "Very well, Troucher. Ask her to come up." Adolphine came upstairs noisily, with elaborate gaiety. "Good morning, Constance. How are you? We hardly ever see you now. I say, have you been ill?" "No." "You are not looking well. Why is it so dark in here?" "Dark?" "Yes, I should feel stifled in a light like this. Oh, of course, it's the trees opposite. They take away all the light. My goodness, this is a gloomy house of yours. Aren't your husband and boy back yet?" "No." I say, why didn't you go with them? For no special reason. They're a very particular old couple, aren't they? That father and mother of your husband's. Whatever are you doing? I'm tidying up my cupboard. You'd do better to go for a walk. You're looking so pale. But I'm perfectly well. I've come to ask if you'll come to dinner at my house the day after tomorrow. But you must make yourself smart. We shall be 14. My first dinner party. It's a summer dinner, but we know such an awful lot of people, and I always begin my dinners very early. You see, it's quite plain at my place, but jolly. Bertha doesn't begin till January, but she works everything out so closely. I like doing things handsomely. So it's settled, isn't it? You'll come? I'm sorry, Adolphine. It's very nice of you to ask me, but I can't come. Why not? I don't know your friends, and I don't care about going out. Oh, said Adolphine, nettled. I suppose my friends are not smart enough for you. I can tell you, I have the Heidreks coming, and the Erkenbouts, and the... I'm not saying anything about your friends, but I don't care for dinner parties. And you give them yourself. I? Yes, as I saw for myself not so long ago. I don't give dinner parties. I have Van Vreeswijk to dinner now and again. To dinner? With pink candles on the table? Yes, with pink candles. Well, if you don't want to come, this is a free country. Fortunately. You're rather upset this morning, aren't you? Not at all. Is it just because our boys had a fight? You've adopted quite a different tone to me since. I've noticed. I can't help it if boys choose to fight. Adolphine, don't let us talk of matters that can make us say things which we might regret. But Adolphine was angry because Constance had refused to come to her dinner. Her invitations had all gone wrong, and she wanted Constance. Also, she thought that Constance did not value the invitation. Also, she thought Constance a snob with that everlasting Vreeswijk of hers, that court man. Regret, she said coldly. I never say anything that I have to regret. But I can't help it if people at The Hague are saying unpleasant things about us all just now. And working herself into a state of nervous excitement, she tried to cry, in order to make Constance, who was so unkind, feel once and for all that not only she, Adolphine, but the whole family had to suffer no end of pain because of Constance, and she managed to get the tears into her eyes and squeezed them out. But Constance remained indifferent. What sort of things? She asked. What sort of things? Snapped Adolphine, furiously, crying with temper, offended at the refusal, forgetting all the nice things that Constance had said about Floortje's trousseau, hating her sister at the moment. What sort of things? That you are not Papa's daughter. That you are not Papa's daughter, shrieked the other, getting more excited at every word, deliberately screwing herself up into a frenzy of nerves. They're slandering Mamma. They're slandering Mamma. Yes, they're saying that you're not Papa's daughter. Constance shrugged her shoulders. Well, what do you say to it? Demanded Adolphine. Nothing. Nothing. Nothing, cried Adolphine, beside herself because Constance remained so cool at such a revelation. Nothing? Oh, I expect you're accustomed to have people talking about you. Well, I'm not, do you see? I have always been used to decency and respectability in my circle, among my friends. No one ever talked about us before. No one ever said that I wasn't Papa's daughter. You can't tell. There's time yet, said Constance. Yes, you don't care, Adolphine blubbered furiously. You, with your stuck-up coolness. You're so eaten up with conceit that you don't take anything to heart. I'm not like that. I'm sensitive. I'm easily affected. It hurts me when people talk about us. But then, I'm not used to it as you are." And Adolphine kept squeezing the tears out of her eyes, wishing to convey that she was misunderstood and misjudged, and very sensitive, wishing also to make Constance feel that it was Constance's fault, and that there was plenty more that was Constance's fault. Constance, however, remained cool. Though a single unfortunate word from her husband was enough to set her nerves on edge and her temper seething, she kept calm and cold towards her sister, because, after the fight between their boys, she had settled accounts with Adolphine, written her off as it were, and this feeling had depressed her too much to allow her now to excite herself into a quarrel. She wondered if she was overdoing it, and to settle the matter, she said, "I confess that I have never had such an experience of backbiting as here, at The Hague. In Brussels, at any rate, no one ever doubted the legitimacy of my child, but here, and even in your house, Adolphine, people seem to think that he is not my husband's son." "How can I help that?" Adolphine began to blubber. "No, you can't help it. At least I'm prepared to believe you can't. But I did hope that if anybody in your house spoke unkindly of your sister, you would have stood up for her against your children, who perhaps did not quite realize all the mischief which their words might cause. Let me finish, Adolphine. I am quite calm, and I want to tell you this calmly. If Addie had dared to speak of you in my presence as your children must have spoken of me, I should have been very severe with him. I was under the illusion that I might expect as much from you. I thought that there was still a family bond, a family affection, a family pride among all of us. I thought that there was a mutual sympathy among us great enough, even though there was an appearance of truth in people's slanders, for that sympathy and pride to excuse and protect and defend the one who was slandered. The things that can be said about me are no secret. They are a matter of general knowledge, and I carry the punishment for my sin about with me as a burden on my life. But I have nothing more to reproach myself with than what is known as a fact. Don't think that I'm making light of it. I only say that that is all there is. I should have thought that you would have known this, that you would have believed this, even if I had never told you. Addie is Van der Welke's son as surely as I am Papa's daughter. What people like to invent besides is no concern of mine. I can't even understand why they care to invent at all, when I have already given them so much that is true to discuss. But it was a great disappointment to me, Adolphine, to find that those lies could be countenanced for a moment in your house." Adolphine, seeing that her pumped-up tears were making no impression, had time to recover herself while Constance was speaking. Inwardly furious, but superficially calm, she now said, spitefully, in a tone of sisterly reproof, "You must have expected some disappointment on returning to The Hague. Perhaps, but not this disappointment, if you had had any affection for me. Come, Constance, it's not as if I wasn't fond of you, but it might have been better if you had not come back. It's a little late to speak of that now, Adolphine. I'm here and I mean to stay. When I wrote to Mamma 6 months ago, Mamma is a mother. I thought that you were a sister. I am not the only one. I hope that the others feel more affection for me and more indulgence than you do. Bertha was against your coming. So was Carol. I thank you for telling me, but, as I said, it's too late now. Gerrit and the others don't count, because they don't see people. Bertha and Carol and I have our family, our friends. And I compromise you in their eyes, do I? Your coming here raked up a heap of things which had been long forgotten, and I know as a fact that your father and mother-in-law were against it. You seem to know a great deal, and I'm glad that you are so frank. I am always frank, and so irreproachable. I could never have done what you did, never. I am so glad that you came to see me this morning, Adolphine, and that we have had this quiet talk. If you had written to me at the time and asked my advice, instead of writing to Mamma only, I should have told you my opinion quietly, said Adolphine, with a touch of sadness in her voice. I should have recommended you, as a sister, for your own sake, not to come back to The Hague. You have become quite unsuited for Holland, for The Hague, and for living among your family. Everything in your ideas, in your home life, in your way of bringing up your son, clashes with our Dutch notions of what is right and decent and proper. I'm not saying this angrily, you know, Constance. I'm saying it calmly, very calmly. I dare say that is best. You dress yourself as no Dutch woman of your age would think of doing. The fact that you have no one to your house except a friend of your husband's causes comments. The way in which you bring up your son is considered exceptionally lax. Anything more? Yes, there is something more. Why did you ever leave Brussels? That's what we all ask ourselves. Bertha was saying only the other day that you would make things impossible for her if you thought of pushing yourself and getting yourself presented. And she declared positively that she would never ask you to her official dinners. Anything more? Anything more? Anything more? What more do you want? I'm not saying it to offend you, Constance, but because I like you and want to save you from further disappointments. Do you think it's pleasant for Bertha and me to have our friends talking about our family as they are doing, and that they do so is your fault entirely? Constance's hands were shaking, and, in order to employ them, she began to fold the laces lying on the table. Is that real Brussels? Asked Adolphine with apparent guilelessness. Yes. Where do you get the money, Constance, to spend on those expensive things? I get it from my lovers, said Constance. What? Cried Adolphine in a terrified voice. Constance gave a nervous laugh. I tell you, from all my lovers. Oh, don't say things like that, even in fun. I thought it was imitation lace. Yes, but you don't know much about lace, do you? Said Constance very calmly. Or about diamonds. And you've not the least notion how to dress yourself, have you? I sometimes think you look very dowdy, Adolphine. It may be Dutch and substantial, but I consider it dowdy. And on the other hand, you oughtn't to buy such rubbishy, shabby, genteel things as you do. And you haven't much notion of arranging your house either, have you? If you were capable of understanding my taste, I wouldn't mind helping you to alter your drawing-room, but you would have to begin by getting rid of those horrible antimacassars and those china monkeys and dogs. Do, I wish you would, and choose a quieter carpet. Don't you find those dinners very trying, Adolphine? I should say that Bertha is more at home in that sort of thing, isn't she? And so, the Erkenbouts go to your dinners, do they? I should have thought that Browse of the phonograph was more in your set. But I was forgetting. You haven't a set, really. You have a bit of everything. An omnium gatherum. Curious, isn't it, that none of our friends of the old days, our little court sets, let me call it, ever come to you nowadays? What's the reason? Of course, you have to make your house attractive if you want to keep your acquaintances. I suppose you don't care really about seeing people. It's such hard work for you. You're more the good mother of your children, though I consider your girls, at least Floortje and Caroline, rather loud. And, as for your boys, you seem quite unable to teach them any sort of manners. Well, if I can be of any use to you, if you want to alter that drawing-room of yours, you only have to say so, and we will fix a day. Adolphine had listened, gasping, unable to believe her ears. Had Constance gone mad? She stood up, shaking all over, while Constance, with apparent composure, continued to fold her laces. "You're a deceitful creature," she hissed, furious, so deeply wounded in every detail of her vanity that she could no longer control herself. "Why?" asked Constance calmly. "Perhaps I was, for months, with a view to winning your affection, and that was why I spent myself in praises, admiring Florcher's trousseau. But now that I know that you love me so well, now that we have had a good sisterly talk, now that we have given each other our advice and our opinion, I see no further need for being deceitful, and I too prefer to express my sisterly feelings with the frankest sincerity." "Do you mean to say that you didn't like Florcher's trousseau?" asked Adolphine, raging. But Constance mastered her quivering nerves. "Adolphine," she said coldly, "please let us end this conversation. It can't matter to you in the least whether I, your despised sister, like or dislike anything in or about you. Spiteful, hateful words have been spoken between us, and we have seen into each other's souls. You never had any affection for me, nor any indulgence, nor mercy, whereas I believed that you had, and tried to find a sister in you. I failed, and that is all. There is nothing more. We will end this conversation, if you please, and, if you don't mind, when we meet at Mamma's or elsewhere, let us act as though there had been nothing said between us. That is all I ask of you." She rang. The parlour-maid appeared. Adolphine stood staring at Constance, and her lips began to swell with the venom of the words which she felt rising to her lips. "It is to let Mrs. Van Satsuma out, Troucher," said Constance quietly. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Small Souls by Louis Couperus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Constance, when she was alone, burst into a fit of nervous sobbing. Oh, that past, that wretched past which always clung to her, which there was no shaking off. She thought life unjust, and the family and everybody. She was not a wicked woman. There was only one mistake to be charged against her, the mistake of her heedless youth, and were the consequences to last for ever? After all, what she now wished was so little, so very little, that she could not understand why it remained so unattainable. She merely asked to live quietly at The Hague, in her own country, and to be loved a little by all her relations, for whom she felt that strange, powerful feeling, that family affection. That was all. She asked for nothing more. She demanded nothing more of life than to be allowed to grow old like that, with a little forgiveness and forbearance around her, and then to see her boy grow up into a man, while she, for the boy's sake, would endure her life as best she could, by the side of her husband. That was all. That was all. That was the only thing that she, with her small soul, asked of life, and she asked nothing more, and it was as though all sorts of secret enmities around her grudged it to her. Whereas she wished for nothing but peace and quietness, enmity seemed to eddy around her. Why did people hate her so, and why could they not make somebody else or something else the subject of their talk, of their spiteful, malevolent talk, if they really found it impossible to do without talking? She continued greatly dispirited for days, went out very little, seeing only her mother, to whose house she went regularly. Paul was abroad, and Adeline was expecting her confinement. Mrs. Van Lower noticed nothing of what was troubling Constance, and when, on Sunday, the members of the family all met again, the old woman was radiant in the illusion of their great attachment to one another. The children always kept her in ignorance of their disputes, kept her, out of love and respect, in her dear illusion. Adolphine never spoke cattishly of Bertha, in Mamma's presence, was amiable to Constance. The old lady knew nothing of the quarrel between Addy and Jaap, nothing of the explanation which Van der Velde had demanded from the Van Satzemas. When her husband and Addy returned, Constance spoke casually of her conversation with Adolphine, but for the rest she remained very silent and solitary, and only saw Mamma, and just once Adeline, the quiet little mother expecting her 8th child. And once she went with her mother to call on the old aunts in their little villa near Scheveningen. And then it was, "How are you, Doreen?" "What do you say?" "Marie asks how you are, Rena. She is so deaf, Marie." "Oh, I'm all right. Who's that?" And Aunt Doreen pointed to Constance, always failing to recognise her, with the stubbornness of second childhood. "That's Constance," said Mrs. Van Lower. "That's Gertrude," Auntie Tina would say next. "Isn't it, Marie? That's Gertrude." "No, Christine. Gertrude died as a child at Buitenzorg." But Auntie Tina was yelling in Aunt Rena's ear, "That's Marie's daughter." "Marie's daughter?" "Yes, Gertrude. Gertrude." Constance smiled. "Never mind, Mamma," she whispered, and Mamma said goodbye. "Well, goodbye, Doreen and Christine." "What do you say?" "Goodbye, Doreen and Christine, we must go." "They've got to go," yelled Auntie Tina in Auntie Rena's ear. "Oh, have they got to go? Where are they going?" "Home." "Oh, home? Oh, don't they live here?" "Well, goodbye, Marie. Thanks for your visit." "Goodbye, Gertrude. You are Gertrude, aren't you?" "Yes," Auntie Tina assured her in a shrill, long-drawn-out yell. "She's Gertrude, Marie's daughter. Well then, goodbye, Gertrude." "Never mind, Mamma. Let them think I'm Gertrude," said Constance softly, indulgently, while Mrs. Van Lower became a little irritable, not understanding how very old people could cling so stubbornly to an opinion, and a little sad at the thought of Gertrude, who was dead. And so the weeks passed and the months, very quietly, lonely and monotonously, the dreary months of the unseasonable cold wet autumn, with heavy storms whipping the trees in the Kerkhoflaan, the wind incessantly howling round the house, the rain clattering down. Constance hardly ever went out, shut herself up indoors as though her soul had received a hurt, as though she would rather henceforward remain safe in her dear rooms. She was very silent. She looked pale. She often sat thinking, pondering, she hardly knew what, sunk in her melancholy, staring at the fury of the storm outside. She did not often have scenes with Van der Velde now, as though a brooding sadness had numbed her nerves. At 4:30 she would go to the window and watch longingly for her son, would cheer up a little when she saw him, when he talked nicely and pleasantly, her boy who was becoming more of a man daily. But she did not see very much of him now that he went to the grammar school and had a lot of work to do in the evenings, which, studious by nature, he did conscientiously. Van Vreeswijk came to dinner once every 2 or 3 weeks, generally alone, or perhaps, as Paul was still abroad, she would ask Marianne van Nagel, of whom she was very fond. It would be one of those cosy, daintily arranged little dinners which she knew so well how to give, and that was the extent of her social doings. Thus she lived in herself and in her house. The rooms in which she sat always reflected herself, a woman of elegant and refined taste, even though she was not exactly artistic. And those rooms displayed in particular the inhabited, sociable, home-like appearance that comes from the presence of a woman who is much indoors and finds solace in her home. And round about her, the lines and colours of her furniture and flowers, her knick-knacks and fancy work, all made an atmosphere of soft fragrance peculiarly her own, with something very personal, something delicate and intimate, a soft dreaminess, as of really very small, simple femininity, without one really artistic object anywhere, without a single watercolour or drawing or fashionable novel, and yet with nothing in colour or form or line that could offend the eye of an artist. On the contrary, everything blending into a perfect harmony of small material things with inner personal things that likewise had no greatness. One day, when Troucher brought her some circulars, letters and bills from the letter-box, Constance's eye fell upon a newspaper in a wrapper, and she opened it. She read the title of the little sheet, the Dvarskajka, and, as she seldom received much by post, she thought that it must have been sent as an advertisement. Suddenly, however, she remembered that Dvarskajka was an odious little weekly paper, edited by a disreputable individual who pried into all the secrets of the great Hague families, who had often been tried for blackmail, but always managed to escape, and who has constantly resumed his vile trade, because the families whom he attacked paid hush money, whether his attacks were based on truth or calumny. Constance was about to tear up the paper indignantly, when her eye caught the name of Van Achel, a parody obviously meant for Van Nachel, and she could not help reading on. She then read a nasty little article against her brother-in-law, the colonial secretary, an article crammed with personal attacks on Van Nachel, describing him as a great nonentity who had made money at the bar in India by means of a shady Chinese practice, and had been shoved on in his career by a still greater and more pompous nonentity, his father-in-law, the ex-Governor-General, Van Leuven. The article next attacked Van Nachel's brother, the Queen's commissary in Overijssel, and in conclusion it promised, in a subsequent issue of the Dvarskajka, to give a glimpse into the immorality of the other relations of this bourgeois who had battened on the Chinese, and who had rendered no real service to India. And the writer aimed very pointedly at Mrs. Van Nachel's sister, another woman moving in those exalted circles whose end would soon be nigh in the better order of things at hand. She was described as the ex-ambassadress, and he wound up with the alluring promise to give next week full details of those old stories, which were always interesting because they afforded the reader a peep into the depravity of aristocratic society. Constance, as she read on, felt her heart beating, the blood rushing to her cheeks. Her hands trembled, her knees shook, she felt as though she were about to faint. She was growing accustomed to oral slander, but these written, printed articles, which everybody could read, came as a shock to her, and, with eyes starting from their sockets, she read the thing over and over again. She was filled with helpless despair at the thought that such things were being published about her and hers, that next week more things would be printed about her in that libellous paper. She was at her wits' end what to do, when, vaguely rolling her terrified eyes, she caught sight, among the bills and circulars, of another paper, which said, "Notice, why not become a subscriber to the Dvarskajka? Terms of subscription, 50 guilders quarterly, post-free." The notice was printed in the cynical capitals of blackmail, and she at once understood. She understood what that subscription of 200 guilders a year to a scurrilous rag meant. But she also understood that even if she sent the 50 guilders, or the 200 guilders that moment, it would be no safeguard against further defamation or extortion, and she did not know what to do. She at first thought of concealing the paper from Van der Welcke, but she was so upset all day that after dinner, when Addie had gone upstairs, she showed it to her husband. He grew furious at once, giving way to his naturally irritable temper, which he usually kept under control so as not to have too violent scenes with his wife. He swore, clenched his fists, walked up and down the room in impotent rage, longing to break something or to go out and revile The Hague, its streets and its people. To him also the printed libel, especially because it was printed for everyone to read, was a terrible disgrace, which he felt that he would have done anything to avoid. It also occurred to him to go to the office of the Dvarskijker and horsewhip the editor, and without really knowing why or how, he allowed himself to utter that unpremeditated, illogical phrase, the phrase of a naughty child, which does not stop to think when its temper is roused. "It's all your fault." "My fault?" she echoed vehemently. "And why in heaven's name? Why is it my fault?" "It's your fault. You would come and live here with that morbid craving of yours for your family. In Brussels nobody knew us, and nobody talked about us, and our life, if not happy, was at least quiet. Here there's always something, always something. It's no life at all, our life here. And you, weren't you longing to come back? Was I the only one who longed?" she cried, hurt by his unreasonableness. But he did not hear her, and all his pent-up bitterness burst forth. "I walk about the streets here every day, feeling as if everyone were looking at me and pointing at me. When I go to the Witte or the Platz, among all the men I used to know, I feel out of place. I feel like an interloper whom they don't want to own. It's your fault. It's your fault." "Indeed? Why were you absolutely bent on coming back to Holland?" "And you?" "I?" "Yes, you. Didn't you sometimes long for your parents, for Holland? Didn't you yourself say that it would be good for our boy?" "For our boy?" he shouted, refusing to listen in his impotent, seething rage. "For our boy?" And he laughed more bitterly, more scornfully than she had ever heard him before. "For our boy? A lot I can do for him here. However hard he may work, whatever tact he may show, even though he enters the career which I had to abandon, he will always, always be reminded of the scandal of his parents. For our boy, let him become a farmer if he must be a Dutchman in Holland, hidden somewhere from all our family, our friends and our acquaintances, and it's all your fault." "You are unreasonable," she cried, wincing under his insults. "If we have anything to reproach ourselves with, then it falls upon both of us, and you have not the right to let me, a woman, bear the burden of our misery alone. That misery would at least not have been discussed, mocked at, criticised, ridiculed, traduced," he shouted, raging and stamping. "If you had not insisted on coming back to Holland, was I the only one to wish it? Very well," he admitted, losing all his self-control. "I did too, but we were both fools to return to this rotten country and these rotten people. I don't need them. I only longed for my family." "For your family? The Satsumers with whom we have quarrelled already, to whom we never speak except at Mamma's. The Van Nagels, who are no use to us. Is that how you want to live for your boy in Holland? Here, buried away in your Kerkhoflaan, in your house, in your rooms, with no one but Vreeswijk, who sometimes does us the honour to come and dine with us? Whom do we know? Who comes to see us? Who cares a jot about us? I only wanted the affection of my family. And for the sake of that affection, do you want to go on living here like this, buried away, when you want your boy to pursue his career later on? Ha! He'll go far like that. Do you imagine that he'll succeed simply through examinations? No, influence is what he wants. That's more important than any number of examinations. And you want him to enter the service under those conditions, while his father and mother sit cursing their luck here in the Kerkhoflaan. Well then, let him become a farmer. The future is with the proletariat in any case. Very well, it's the fault of both of us, the silly, stupid fault of both of us. But if it's my fault, it's your fault too. Have you ever done anything to get on? I, at least in my own mind, reckoned on the Van Nagels. I thought to myself, my brother-in-law has no end of connections. We shall go to his house. I don't care about it for my own sake, but it will be a good thing later for the boy. Oh, and have you no connections? Have your parents no relations? All your old friends at the Platz, which of them comes to see us? Which of them, except Vreeswijk, has had the ordinary civility to call on your wife? Not one of them, not one, she almost screamed. Not that I want them here any more than you want to dine at Van Nagel's, but if you attach so much importance to connections, for the sake of our son, you could have done something else than cycle all over the Hague and Scheveningen. You could have pointed out to your friends that, as they condescend to know you in the sacred mysteries of that Platz of yours, the least they could do would be to look you up at home, and not to go on ignoring your wife, as though she was still your mistress. It'll always be like that, he cried, raging impotently, almost to the point of tears. We can never alter it if we live to be 60, if we live to be 80. Very well, she said, as though with a sudden intuition to join issue with her husband's unreasonableness. You wish it for your son's sake. I'll do it. I shall speak to Bertha, and I shall be the first to speak. I shall tell her what I want of her as a sister. But I shall also expect you to have your son's interests at heart among your own acquaintances, and I shall expect to be presented in the winter. I never thought of it myself, but people have done nothing but talk about it from the moment we came here, and now I mean to do it. What is the objection? That we shall rub shoulders with the Stoffler's family? I don't care whom I rub shoulders with. My intention was simply to live here, amid the affection of my family. But if that is to be denied me, if such wretched libels as this are to be published, if you reproach me with not thinking of my son's future, then I shall alter my line of conduct, and talk to Bertha. You, on your side, talk to your friends at the Platz, and, if you have any pride about you, refuse to have anything more to do with them unless they accept your wife and yourself as belonging to their set. I will stand it no longer. I wished for nothing more than peace and affection, than to grow old here beside my mother and my brothers and sisters. But if there must be a scandal, notwithstanding those simple wishes, well then, a scandal there shall be, so that people can say with truth, Mrs. van der Welcke is pushing herself into the circles to which she always used to belong. I can't do it, he said weakly. I can't possibly do what you want. After putting up with the tolerance and condescension of my former friends, I can't go to them now and explain that my wife and I want to call on them and their wives, and expect them to call on us in return. Then I'll do without you, she said. I'm not on speaking terms with Adolphine, but I don't need that jumble set of hers. I believe that Bertha still has some sisterly affection left for me, and I shall talk to her, and she will have to help me. But you will never be able to reproach me again with not thinking of my child's future, and if you're too weak to show your friends what you expect of them, then I, later, when our son meets with difficulties in his career, shall have the right to reproach you, as you are reproaching me now. Reproach? I'm not thinking of reproaches, he broke in angrily, illogically, unreasonably. I'm only thinking of that rotten paper. That rotten paper! He looked at it in despairing irritation. I'll go to the fellow. I'll slash him across the face. I'll slash him across the face. She laughed scornfully. Shall you do that for the sake of your son's future? He controlled himself, clenched his fists, rushed from the room with tears in his eyes, flung himself in his chair upstairs, smoked cigarette upon cigarette, walked up and down in impotent rage. That evening, Gerrit and Paul came round. They also knew about the Dwaaskyker. They said that a copy had been dropped into Van Nagel's letterbox too, and Gerrit, getting furious, because Van der Welcke was still furious, said, "If you want to break the fellow's jaw, Van der Welcke, I'm your man." Paul wearily closed his eyes and expressed disapproval with every bored feature of his face. "My dear Gerrit, don't come playing the bold swashbuckler, thinking you can chop the world to pieces with your silly old sword. And you, Van der Welcke, for heaven's sake, keep calm, if you don't want to make things worse than they are." "But what are we to do?" asked Constance impatiently. "Nothing at all," said Paul philosophically. Translator's note: the Dvarskijker, the inspector. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Small Souls by Louis Couperus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was in the middle of November, and Constance remembered that Bertha's second at-home day was on the third Tuesday of the month. The next number of the Dvarskijker was due in a day or two, and this, although she did not mention it again, left her practically no peace throughout that week, in her terror of printed words of spite and malevolence. And, as if to redeem her promise to Van der Welcke, she said that afternoon at lunch that she was going to Bertha's, as it was Bertha's day. He at once grasped her intention, and, to tell the truth, was surprised that she had not given up her plan of pushing herself. He had rather imagined that the idea came to her in the nervous excitement produced by their conversation, but that she would not take it seriously after the excitement was past. He remembered that the family always looked upon those receptions at the Van Nachels as something very official. Mamma Van Lower went to them once in a way, and Uncle and Aunt Ruyvenaer, although quite out of their element, used to put in an appearance once every winter, because they had done so at first, by mistake, and now did not exactly know how to stay away. But none of the other relations ever went. In the eyes of the family, those reception days always retained a certain official importance and aristocratic exclusiveness, and Cateau, for instance, would say very solemnly to Karel that this was Bertha's day, with a certain respect for that day on which the upper 2 and 3 of the Hague sometimes put in an appearance, while Gerrit always joked about the inaccessible grandeur of those reception days of Her Excellency his sister, as he called her in chaff. Van der Welcke had it on his lips to ask Constance if Bertha knew that she was coming, or if Constance had at least mentioned her intention to Mamma Van Lower, but he did not feel in the mood to provoke a discussion, and in any case Constance would do as she chose. It was raining. He heard her tell the maid to order a carriage, and, as he was staying at home, to bore himself in Addie's absence in his little smoking room, smoking cigarette on cigarette, he saw his wife step into the brougham at 4 o'clock, and was struck with the elegance of her dress. He shrugged his shoulders in gloomy disapproval. He was in a bad temper these days. He too was permanently upset by that rotten libel, that confounded rag, against which he had been helpless. He threw himself on his sofa again, and smoked, could not make up his mind to dress and go to the Platz, was almost unconsciously avoiding his friends. Constance felt very calm, but had retained a certain bitterness all this time. The thought just occurred to her how Bertha would take her visit. But even though the family treated the question differently, she meant to show Bertha that she considered it an obvious thing to call on her at-home day. When her brougham stopped, she saw a couple of carriages waiting. The door was opened by the parlour-maid, even before she had rung. The butler, recognizing her, bowed, preceded her up the stairs, opened the door wide and announced her. "Mrs. Van der Welcke." Constance entered the drawing-room, where a few people, mostly ladies, were moving in the semi-darkness. But it was not so dark that she did not at once notice that Marianne looked at her in surprise, with such spontaneous, unconcealed surprise, that it gave her something of a shock. She shook hands with Marianne with an easy smile, and went up to Bertha. And Bertha also, as she very plainly noticed, was surprised and blinked her eyes as she rose. And Bertha, woman of the world though she was, and accustomed to treat all manner of difficult drawing-room situations, seemed uncomfortable as she welcomed her sister.
"Constance."
She said it almost inaudibly, and hesitated a moment whether to introduce her to a lady sitting beside her. But it was only for a moment, and then Bertha said with her usual voice of the rather tired hostess who performed her social duties because she had to,
"Mrs. van Eilenberg, my sister, Mrs. van der Welcke."
Constance bowed, calmly and indifferently, said a word or two. Bertha mentioned a couple of more names. Constance made a casual remark here and there, coolly and calmly, but she was really dismayed, for the first lady to whom Bertha had introduced her was the mistress of the robes to the Queen and a niece of de Staffela's. She had already been reflecting that it would be her duty to write to Mrs. van Eilenberg, to send her word officially of her wish to be presented, and she had also reflected that the mistress of the robes was de Staffela's niece. But the fact that the first lady to whom Bertha had introduced her should be a blood relation of the husband from whom she was divorced made her shiver superstitiously. She did not show this, however, and without taking any great trouble to make herself amiable or sociable, she remained sitting where she was, so that Marianne now came up to her.
"How nice of you, Auntie, to look in on Mamma's day." "She doesn't mean a word of it,"
thought Constance. But it was awkwardness and astonishment rather than insincerity that made Marianne speak as she did. She could never have imagined that Aunt Constance could call on those at-home days, any more than the other aunts and uncles did, because their respective acquaintances were so entirely different.
"We were so busy in the spring, getting settled," said Constance very calmly. "You remember, the furniture had to come from Brussels. But this autumn I thought I would pay my respects to Mamma. After all, I can't go on ignoring Mamma and only seeing her when she is in her bedroom with a headache."
Marianne's surprise increased. Aunt Constance said this so calmly, so very calmly, as though it were quite a matter of course that she should call on an at-home day. And Marianne could not refrain from saying, "Yes, it's very nice of you to come, for you see, the aunts never come. Aunt Adeline never, and Aunt Cato never, and Aunt Reuvener only very seldom."
"Oh, really?"
asked Constance innocently.
"Don't they ever come?"
"Auntie Reuvener just once in a way, but the other aunts never."
"Oh, don't they?"
asked Constance, putting on an air of great surprise, and rather playing with Marianne's bewilderment.
"Didn't you know?" "No, I didn't know. But I don't call that very civil of the aunts. It's different with the uncles. Men are not expected to pay visits, but I'm surprised at the two aunts, Marianne."
Marianne did not know what to say. She was not accustomed to weigh her words, or to think that another might say things which she did not really mean. Nervously constituted as she was, she had something candid about her, something honest and frank.
"Well, I shall tell them," said Constance with a laugh, "that they owe the same politeness to a sister as to anyone else."
"Oh, Auntie, I don't think Aunt Adeline or Aunt Cato or Aunt Adolphine would care to come," said Marianne, not doubting Constance's good faith for a moment.
"Oh, wouldn't they?" said Constance coolly. "Yes, I suppose Aunt Adeline is always so busy with the children, and Aunt Cato."
She did not complete her sentence, for two men, knowing that she was Mrs. van Nachel's sister, were asking to be introduced to her. She did not want to stay long, and in a minute or two she rose and moved towards Bertha to say good-bye. Mrs. van Eilenberg, however, was taking leave at the same instant, and Constance waited for a couple of seconds. And, in those 2 seconds, she noticed very plainly that Mrs. van Eilenberg deliberately turned her back on her, as if to avoid her, saying goodbye to Bertha and giving Constance no opportunity of bowing. It was no more than a hardly perceptible movement, and, in any other case, might have been a natural oversight. But at this moment Constance felt that it was done deliberately, with the intention of wounding. She gave an ironical smile with a laugh in her eyes and tightened lips, and thought, "She is Distophila's niece. I shall meet plenty more of his nephews and nieces." She was now able to take leave of Bertha. "Goodbye, Bertha." "Goodbye, Constance. So nice of you." Constance for a moment looked Bertha straight in the eyes. She said nothing. She did nothing but that, merely looked into Bertha's eyes while still holding her hand, and for a moment they looked into each other's souls. There were no more callers. The rest of the room was talking busily, and Bertha just had the opportunity to say something that forced its way to her lips. "Constance, that article—" "Yes." "Van Nagel is very much upset by it." Constance shrugged her shoulders. "Have you heard about it?" "Yes, I found a copy of it in my letterbox. It's one of those libels." "It's terrible." "It's beneath us to let ourselves be worried by a thing like that." "Yes, but it's most unpleasant. For Van Nagel. It's not particularly pleasant for me either, but—" And she shrugged her shoulders again, refusing to admit how she had suffered under it, trembling in all her nerves at those printed words of scandal. But she understood that Bertha also had been suffering all these days under that shower of mud which clung to you, however lofty your attitude of contemptuous indifference might be. And Bertha found another moment in which to say, "Constance." "Yes." "Mrs. van Eilenburg is a niece." "Yes, I know." "I'm sorry that you should just have happened to meet her." Constance once more shrugged her shoulders. "Why?" And she looked Bertha full in the face. "Why?" she repeated. "There are things, Bertha, which I intend to treat as the past. I don't know if others will always look upon them as the present. If you wish to be a sister for me, in deed as well as in name, help me. Do you understand what I mean? I am determined to treat what happened years ago as the past. I've made up my mind to it, in spite of the fact that our friends, I believe, take pleasure in still looking upon the past as the present. It's a great compliment to me, no doubt, but, alas, I can't accept it. I am fully 15 years older now, and I am determined to make those 15 years count. Do you understand me?" "I think I understand you, Constance." "And you don't approve. You also want me never to grow old and never to bring my 15 years into account." "Shh, Constance. There's someone coming in at the door." "Don't be afraid. I've finished. Goodbye, Bertha, and help me if you can." She pressed her hand. Bertha was on thorns. As she went out, Constance heard the butler announcing, "Mr. and Mrs. van den Heuvelstein." She gave a start. She knew the name, Friends of Distophila's. Van den Heuvelstein had a post at court. Suddenly she saw herself, years ago, as a young girl, calling on these people with Distophila. She had not seen them for years, had not heard of them for years. She passed them and saw that they had become old, very old, these friends of Distophila's, two very old people. They looked at her too, and there was fury in their eyes, as though they were both surprised, that old lady and that old gentleman, to find Mrs. van der Welcke in any drawing-room which they entered, even though she were 100 times the sister of the colonial secretary's wife. Their eyes crossed like swords, and Constance passed them very haughtily, looking over their heads and pretending not to recognize them. She shivered in the hall. It was pouring with rain. The butler called her carriage. "It will be difficult," she thought, tired out with this 1/4 of an hour's visit, "but it is for my son. I must go through with it." End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Small Souls by Louis Couperus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A few mornings later, when Constance woke, she remembered that it was Saturday, and with the apprehension which had kept her nerves on the rack all the week long, she said to herself as she rose, "This is the day! This is the day!" She went to the letterbox again and again, almost hoping to find the last issue of the scurrilous paper there. She was afraid also lest Addie, before going to school or on coming home, should see it in the box and look at it to see what it was. She knew that Van der Velke was thinking of it too, and that this was why he did not go out, and also kept coming down the stairs, as though accidentally, and passing through the hall with a glance at the glass pane of the letter-box. She went and sat in the drawing-room, looking out for the postman or for an errand boy who might strike her as suspicious. The morning passed. Addie came home, and her nervous apprehension never left her. The afternoon passed, and she remained indoors, wandering through the hall, and always gazing at that letter-box. Nothing appeared through the little glass pane, and the whole day was one long apprehension, one incessant oppression. The next morning, Sunday, Constance again looked out of the window, but she had now made up her mind that nothing would come, and that there was nothing in the Dvarskajka. She stayed at home that day too, as it was raining hard, and she saw nobody. At 8:30 in the evening, she went to Mamma Van Loa's in a cab with Van der Velke and Addie, and Constance, the moment she entered, saw that there was a certain excitement among the members of the family, all of whom were present. Even Mamma seemed uneasy about something, and she at once said to Constance, "You were at Bertha's on Tuesday, child." "Yes." "Why didn't you ask me first, Connie?" "Is a visit to Bertha such a very important matter, Mamma?" "No, no," said the old woman deprecatingly. "Not that." But the old aunts arrived. "How are you, Doreen and Christine? So nice of you to come." "What do you say?" asked Auntie Rena. "Marie says, 'It's so nice of you to come,'" screamed Auntie Tina. "Oh, did she say so?" Yes, and who's that?" "That's Constance," said the old lady. "Who?" "That's Marie's daughter," screamed Auntie Tina. "Marie's daughter." "Whose daughter?" "Marie's." "Bertha?" "No, not Bertha. Gertrude." "Gertrude," yelled Auntie Tina. "Oh, Gertrude," said Auntie Rena, nodding her head. "Oh dear," said Mrs. Van Loa, upset by the thought of the little daughter who had died at Buitenzorg. "Never mind, Mamma," said Constance. "They'll never remember who I am. They're so obstinate. But they're so old. It makes me so sad to hear them always taking you for Gertrude. Poor Gertrude. Come, Mamma, you mustn't mind." "No, child. But oh, why did you go to Bertha's on Tuesday?" "What harm did I do, Mamma?" "No harm, child. But, oh dear. Good evening, Herman. Good evening, Lutcher." It was Uncle and Aunt Roivena, with their girls following behind, and Constance saw a look of pity in their eyes. "I say, Constance," whispered Aunt Lot. "Yes, Auntie. Does Mamma know about that horrid article?" Constance turned pale. "I don't think so, Auntie. But your sister Doreen must know." Aunt Roivena beckoned to Doreen, who was very fidgety. "I say, Doreen, does Mamma know about that horrid article?" "No, Auntie," said Doreen, forgetting to say good evening to Constance. "I kept coming in and looking at the letter-box." "Today?" asked Constance. "Yes." What do you mean, today? A week ago, you mean? No, Mamma didn't see that article last week, but I was afraid about today. Today? Yes, today's article. Constance caught Doreen by the arm. Is there something in it today? Yes, Doreen whispered coldly. Didn't you know? Don't you know, Constance? Asked Auntie Lot. No, I haven't had it. So you haven't read it, Constance? No. Well, it's just as well, child, said Auntie, as though relieved. Better not read it, eh? Horrid article. Scandalous, child, about you. Eh, Suda, all those people. And it's so long ago, you and your husband. And he is your husband now. Eh, what I say is, leave her alone. Forgive and forget. Suda. But I tell you, people always love to correct about tempo dulu. It makes me sick when I think what people are. Doreen, have you that article? Do you think I carry it about with me? Said Doreen irritably. Why are you angry with me, Doreen? I'm not angry, but when you give occasion... I give occasion 15 years ago? No, on Tuesday last. What an idea of yours to go to Bertha's. I intend to do more than that, Doreen, and I can't help it if I don't share your awe for Bertha's days, at which you may meet all sorts of people. Doreen, one has so many unpleasant meetings in this world, said Constance haughtily. You don't know the world. Thank goodness for that. Then don't condemn me. You don't know why I am acting as I am. If you only kept to yourself. I wanted to keep to myself. You give people occasion. Yes, now. I give them occasion now. Oh, children, said Auntie, don't quarrel. There's Susa enough with that horrid article. Gerrit arrived. I thought I'd just look in, Mamma. How's Adeline? She's well. The doctor called this afternoon. She's very well indeed. Oh, she doesn't upset herself for a small affair like that. The big fair man laughed nervously, boisterously filling the whole room with his loose-limbed strength. Then he went up to Constance. Connie, he whispered, I'm so furious, so furious. I haven't read it. Haven't you? Haven't you? Then don't. But what do they say? Nothing. Don't read it. But she hardly listened to Gerrit, for she now saw Van der Welcke and Paul, standing in a corner in the back drawing-room. She moved in their direction. She saw that Van der Welcke, with his back turned to the other room, was reading something, screened by a curtain, while Paul was warning him anxiously. Come, give it me, quick, Van der Welcke. Constance was behind them. Paul, tell me, that article. The scoundrels! The scoundrels! Van der Welcke was hissing. Henry, have you it? Give it to me. No, Constance, Paul implored her. Don't read it, don't read it. Give it to me, Henry. I want to read it myself first. And he cursed as he read. The damned scoundrels! And it's not true. It didn't happen like that. But what is it they say? Constance demanded furiously. Paul took her by the arm and led her into the little boudoir where their father's portrait hung. Be quiet, Constance. Please, please don't read it. What good will it do you? All that dirty language, all that vulgarity. It's filthy, it's filthy. And is there nothing we can do? No, no, for God's sake, no, Paul begged, as though preferring to hush up everything. Everyone will have forgotten it in 10 days' time. Is there nothing we can do? What do you want to do? Paul asked, changing his tone harshly. Surely you wouldn't sue the cad for libel? No, no, she said, startled and terrified. Well, what then? Keep quiet. Don't read it. Don't upset yourself about it. But Van der Welcke came up to them. He was purple. There was no restraining him.
I'm going to the fellow. For God's sake, Van der Welcke.
Uncle Reuvener joined them.
What are you doing in here? Oh, yes, that rag. It's disgraceful. It's disgraceful.
I want to read it, cried Constance.
No,
they all three exclaimed.
Don't read it. Don't let Mamma notice,
Uncle Reuvener warned them, and he went away, full of suppressed excitement. But they remained in the boudoir. The portraits looked down upon them.
Oh, my God!
Constance began sobbing, and she looked up at the portrait.
Papa, Papa, oh, my God!
Hush, Constance.
Let me read it.
No. Adolphine appeared in the doorway. She said nothing, but realized what they were talking about and turned away, and they heard Adolphine say aloud in a hard voice to Uncle Reuvener,
"It's their own fault."
Van der Welcke flared up. No longer able to master himself, he spun round to the door. Paul tried to hold him back, but it was too late, and on the threshold, with his face close to Adolphine's, he roared,
"Why is it my own fault?"
"Why?" asked Adolphine furiously, remembering the lofty tone which he had adopted to her after the quarrel of the two boys.
"Why? You should have remained in Brussels."
"Adolphine!" cried Van der Welcke, purple in the face, seething, roaring, with every nerve quivering. "You're a woman, and an ill-mannered woman, and so you can allow yourself to say anything you please to a man. But if your husband shares your opinion that I ought to have remained in Brussels, he's only got to tell me so, in your name or his own. Then I'll send him my seconds." Van Satsuma came up at that moment.
"Then I'll send you my seconds,"
Van der Welcke repeated, blazing.
"For God's sake, don't, my dear fellow,"
cried Van Satsuma, frightened to death, and Adolphine began to clasp her hands together. She too was frightened, and took refuge in a feeble exhibition of wounded vanity.
"He says I'm ill-mannered. He says I'm ill-mannered. The hound, the cad. I have to swallow everything. Everyone says just what he likes to me."
She was now really crying into her handkerchief. Everything in the two drawing-rooms seemed in one great ferment of excitement. On all sides there were quick, hushed conversations, whispered words, nervous glances among the brothers and sisters and their juniors, the nephews and nieces. Not a single quiet group had been formed. The card tables remained untouched, and there was no one at the table in the conservatory where the children's round games were played.
"Herman,"
Mamma called out, almost querulously,
"aren't you going to start a rubber?"
"Yes, do come along," said Auntie Lot to Reuvener.
"Ayo, shall we have a game? Come on, who's going to play? You, Satsuma, come along. Tutti, come along. Cuts for partners. Come, Paul, do." "No, Aunt, I won't play, thanks." "Oh, it's difficult this evening," said Auntie. "Van Nagel and Bertha not yet here, eh? Come on, ayo, now, let's play. Ah, there are Karl and Cato. Why are you so late, eh? Ayo, then cut for partners. Let's have a rubber."
And Auntie at once enlisted Karl and Cato, refused to let them go, forced matters, insisted on having a nice, quiet, friendly rubber, as at all the usual family groups. But Cato at once noticed the excitement infecting everybody in both the big rooms with restlessness, and catching sight of Adolphine, she managed before cutting to escape Auntie Lot and ask, "Why, Adolphine, what are you crying for? Are you upset about anything?"
"The hound, the cad, and he wants to challenge my husband in addition."
"Challenge him?" cried the terrified Cato. "A regular duel? No, the brothers and sisters will never consent to that. There's too much being talked and written about the family as it is," she whispered. "Written and printed." And Cato's whining words bore evidence to the tragic alarm that fluttered through her sleek, broad-bosomed respectability, while her owl's eyes opened rounder and wider than ever. But Auntie Lot came to fetch Cato, and dragged her by the arm to the card table. The rubber was made up, Auntie, Carol, Cato, and Tutti, but they none of them paid attention to their cards, which fell on the table, one after the other, without the least effort of intelligence on the part of the players, as though obeying the laws of some weird and fantastic game of bridge. Auntie was constantly trying to ruff with spades, though clubs were trumps. "Oh, what Cassian!" said Auntie. "Carol," said Cato excitedly, "as the eldest brother, you must interfere and stop that duel." "I? Thank you. Not if I know it." "You must, Carol. You are the eldest brother. Of course, Van Nagel," and she pronounced the name with a certain reverence, "is the husband of your eldest sister. But if Van, reverentially, Van Nagel refuses to interfere, then it's your duty, Carol, as the eldest brother, to stop that duel." "It won't come off," said Tutti good-humouredly. "Massa, brothers-in-law, don't fight," said Auntie Lot. "But Adolphine shouldn't have behaved like that. Very wrong of Adolphine." "But it's sad, all the same, very sad for Adolphine. All those articles," whined Cato. "They upset her. She's crying. And it's anything but pleasant for Van Nagel, don't you think, Uncle?" This to Uncle Reuvener, who was standing behind her. It's beastly, said Uncle. "They ought never to have come and lived here. It was very wrong of Marie to encourage them." "Oh, well, Herman," said Auntie, "you must remember she's the mother." "Just for that reason." "Oh, Papa," said Tutti wearily, "that old perkera." "Nothing but correc in tempo dulu in Holland," said Auntie crossly. "Well, Auntie," said Cato, taking offence, "they are not always so moral in the East." "But there's not so much talk in Java as here," said Auntie angrily. "Oh, I dare say they do some talking there too." "But not so spitefully," said Auntie, very angrily, and finding her Dutch words with great difficulty. Not so cruelly, so cruelly." "They ought never to have come and lived here," Uncle Reuvener repeated, and he fussed off to Van Satsuma, whose eyes were still filled with terror at the possible duel. "Look, Mamma," said Tutti, winking towards Auntie Tina and Auntie Rena, who were sitting side by side in a corner of the big drawing-room, each with her knitting in her lap. "Those two are quite happy. They don't bother about all these matters. They don't know anything." "In Holland," said Auntie crossly. "But in the East," Cato at once broke in, spitefully. The rubber was spoilt, for Auntie, in her present state of irritation, could no longer see the cards in her hand. The old Indian lady felt that there was hostility to Constance among the relations, and, with the kindliness of a nature used to the little Indian scandals, she thought it exaggerated. Moreover, Cato's Dutch arrogance in speaking of the East had put her quite out of temper, and she flung her cards on the table and said, "Suda, I won't play with you any more." And without further explanation she broke up the table and walked straight to Constance, who sat talking to Paul in a corner. "I'm coming to sit with you a bit, Constance." "Do, Auntie." "What I want to say to you is, don't mind about it. Shake it off your cold clothes." "But what does it matter? Horrible article. But I tell you, shake it off your cold clothes." And Auntie talked away, suddenly lighting on all sorts of queer Dutch words and expressions, told Constance of horrible articles in India which people out there had shaken off their cold clothes. At this moment Bertha, Van Nagel, and Marianne arrived, very late. Mamma at once went up to them. The people in the 2 rooms now made some attempt to adopt an attitude, and their excitement cooled down. But it struck them all that Van Nachel looked exceedingly tired, Bertha pale, and Marianne as though she had been crying. Her eyes were specks under her swollen lids. They exchanged vague, almost doleful good evenings, giving a hand here, a kiss there. After all the agitation, a gloom descended upon the family. The voices sank into a whisper, and through the whispering, suddenly the voices of the 2 old aunts sounded piercingly as they spoke to the Van Nachels. "Yes, yes, I remember you. I know you. Good evening, Van Nachel." "Good evening, aunt." "Good evening, Tootie. Yes, yes, I know you. You're Tootie, Van Nachel's wife. And who's that?" "That's my girl, auntie, Marianne, and I'm Bertha." "Oh, yes, that's Amelice," Auntie Tina screamed in Auntie Rena's ear in a moment of sudden and not yet perfect lucidity. "That's Tootie's daughter, Amelice." "No, auntie, Emily is married." "What do you say? Is she dead?" "No," screamed Aunt Tina. Florcia is married. This is Amelice." "Oh, I see. Good evening, Amelice." A smile lit up gloomy features here and there. The aunts never knew anyone properly, were always a little muddled among all those nephews and nieces of a later generation, and, as a rule, nobody troubled for more than a moment to remind them of the real names. With the stubbornness of extremely old women, they continued to cling to their confusion of generations, persons, and names. Constance, sitting beside Paul, watched Bertha. In an importunate obsession to immerse herself in what she, at that moment, called her own disgrace, especially as that disgrace had been stamped in print, she had done nothing but ask Paul, "Let me read it," and Paul had done nothing but say, "No, Constance, don't read it." Constance now saw by the faces of Van Nachel, Bertha, and Marianne that they knew about it and had read it. All 3 said how do you do to her in a very cold tone. Van Nachel was at once asked by Mamma to make up one of the tables. The old woman, like Constance, had read nothing, knew nothing certain, but a word seized here and there had alarmed her, had worried her, and she felt very unhappy, as if on the verge of tears. She noticed in her children, as it were for the first time, something strange and hard, in the nervous excitement of that evening, something, it is true, which at once hushed and calmed down when she approached, but which left a strained feeling behind it, a lack of harmony which she did not understand. Was it because of that scurrilous paper, or did they disapprove of Constance's going to Bertha's on her day? The old woman did not know, but never had a Sunday evening passed with such difficulty, and yet what was it all about? An article, a visit. An article, a visit. She endeavoured despairingly to look upon these things as small and meaningless, as nothing. But it was no use. The question of the visit was very important, an undoubted blunder on Constance's part, and the article, heavens, the article, was, though she herself had not read it, a disgrace, raking up the scandal of years ago, which soiled and defiled all her children, all her nearest and dearest. No, these things were not insignificant. They were great and important things in their lives. What could be more important than what might happen through that visit to Bertha? And, heavens, a scurrilous article. Bertha refused to play, declaring she hadn't the head for it, and though she had at first deliberately avoided Constance, she now seemed constantly, almost fatally, to be moving nearer her, restlessly, unable to keep her seat amid the excitement which once more slowly took hold of them all, after their first attempt at calmness from respect for their brother-in-law, the cabinet minister. But Constance went on talking to Paul, and, in her turn, avoided her sister's glances, until at last, Bertha, as though unable to keep it in any longer, sat down on a chair beside her and said,
"Constance." "Well, Van Nagel is what? Van Nagel is very much put out. I can't understand how he can play bridge." "What is he put out about?" "About you." "About me?" "Yes, about you." "I'm sorry, Bertha," said Constance coolly. "What have I done wrong?" "Of course, it's not your fault about those articles, but the first was exceedingly unpleasant for Van Nagel." "And the second I haven't read," said Constance coldly. "No," Paul broke in. "I advised Constance not to read it." "And I don't mean to read it. It has ceased to interest me. Is Van Nagel put out by that article about me?" "He's put out by the visit." "The visit?" "The visit you paid me on Tuesday." "Is Van Nagel put out by a visit which I paid you on Tuesday?" asked Constance, very contemptuously, in surprise. "You ought not to have come on my day." "I ought not to have—" "Don't be angry, Constance. I have had such a scene with my husband as it is. Don't be angry, for heaven's sake. Don't misunderstand me. I am full of sympathy for you. You are my sister, and I am fond of you. But that doesn't alter the fact that you were wrong, that you ought not to have come on my day. Why did you do it? I'm so glad to see you at any other time. But just on an at-home day, when you risked meeting, well, just the people whom you did meet, Mrs. Van Eilenberg, the Van den Heuvelsteins. Why did you do it? What made you do it? So, I am not fit to appear at my sister's at-home day. Please, Constance, don't take it like that. I'm not unsympathetic. We even had a talk once." Constance laughed aloud. "Once," she said. "Once. Life is very busy, Constance, but I am always glad to see you. Only not on your days. It's not my fault. No, it's mine. Mrs. Van Eilenberg is a niece of de Staffelen." It was the first time that his name had been mentioned between them. "The Van den Heuvelsteins are his friends. So, Constance, you understand for yourself. I told you on Tuesday, Bertha, I'm going to make my 15 years count." "Constance, don't attempt impossibilities." "What's an impossibility? Don't think only of yourself. Think of us. Think of Van Nagel, of his position. You make it impossible for him if you insist on coming to your at-home days. For goodness sake, Constance, don't be angry. It is impossible." "What is?" "For you to— What? To force the position. When Mamma spoke to us 8 months ago about you coming to The Hague, Van Nagel at once said that our house was open to you and your husband, but that you must not push and assert yourselves. So that was the condition. It was not a condition, Constance. It was merely advice, given in your own interest. And in yours. Very well, in ours too. People come to my days just because of my husband's position and connections. People who are relations and friends of de Staffelers. People who have never forgiven you and never will. Can't you see that for yourself, Constance? Must I explain it to you?" "Bertha, I never had any desire to push or to assert myself." "Then what makes you?" "What makes me?" And it was as though Constance was searching for the answer. "What but you? All of you. Don't be unreasonable, Constance. What else did I want but to come and live here quietly at The Hague, and to see all of you again, my brothers, my sisters, your children, without ever dreaming of pushing myself? Who first spoke of pushing? You and your husband, Bertha. Constance. Who first spoke about the court, Bertha? Adolphine. Please, Constance, please. I never thought, Bertha, of getting presented at court, but now I shall, at the first occasion that offers. Constance,
and Bertha wrung her hands.
it's impossible.
Yes, it is possible, and I mean to do it.
Constance, how can you wish to defy people's opinions like that?
Because of those very people.
I don't understand you, Constance. All my friends.
Exactly,
Because of your friends. All our family.
because of our family.
Wait a bit, Constance. I don't understand you. I don't know what you mean to say. But just consider. You are not only making yourself impossible, but you are making us impossible. My husband, my house, our position, our children. Nonsense. It's not nonsense, Constance. Do you want to make me regret that we yielded to Mamma's wish to have you here again, near her, among us all?
No, Bertha, but I could no longer remain, for the sake of people, for the sake of the family, in some obscure corner in which I remained for years in Brussels, where I was disowned by all of you as a disgrace. I can't do it, Bertha, I can't do it. I could do it as far as I'm concerned, but I can't, because of my son.
He is a child still.
He is growing older every day. I see, Bertha, that I ought either to have stayed away from you all without indulging my modest yearnings and simple wishes, or else to have rehabilitated myself at once in the eyes of all the Hague.
Constance.
But it's not too late. It's not too late to repair my mistake. I can still take steps towards my rehabilitation, and I demand that rehabilitation of you, Bertha, in particular.
Of me?
Yes, Bertha, of you, in particular, just because you are the sister whose husband not only occupies a high position, but also possesses more connections than any of us in the sets that used to be our fathers. Just for that reason, Bertha, I demand my rehabilitation of you. If I'm not to be allowed to live quietly in a corner at The Hague, surrounded by a little family affection, if those simple wishes are to be discussed and criticised, if they are the cause that my unfortunate past, my faults, my sin, whatever you like to call it, is raked up, not only in dirty little scurrilous rags, but also at the gossipy tea-parties and clubs at The Hague, then I will come out of my corner, then I will be rehabilitated, not for my own sake alone, but mainly for my son's. And I demand my rehabilitation of you. It is possible that you don't care for my sisterly love, but, as a condition of that love, I now demand my rehabilitation.
But good heavens, Constance, what can I do for you?
What can you do for me? Receive me on your at-home days. Make it clear to your husband that you must receive me, that you can't act otherwise towards a sister than receive her, now that she has once, in an evil hour, returned to The Hague. Not hesitate any longer to introduce me to whoever it may be in your drawing-room, she exclaimed, with her dark eyes quivering, her every nerve trembling, as she sat between Bertha and Paul. Her sister was almost panting with suppressed excitement and helplessness, while her brother listened in dismay to her demands, which appeared to him, the blasé, world-worn sage, to contain no philosophy whatever. And Constance went on. What can you do for me? Look upon it as only natural, and try to make your friends look upon it as natural, that you should receive me. I should be very glad to do all that you ask of me, Constance, if there was not the objection that we see and always have seen relations and friends of de Stoffeler's. Isn't your sister worth the single effort to you? I can't choose between my husband and my sister. Bertha, said Constance, almost weeping with excitement and nervousness. Bertha, try, for heaven's sake, try to do what I ask. It's for my child. It's not for me. It's for my son. He will have to take up a career which I made impossible for Van der Welcke. Do it for my son's sake. God in his heaven. Must I go on my knees to you? Do it, I beseech you, Bertha. Try to do it. Speak to Van Nagel." "Constance, I will speak to Van Nagel. But how can you ever hope, not that we, but that other people will forgive, will forget? De Stoffeler's relations, De Stoffeler's old friends." "Yes, I do hope it. And if you help me, Bertha, if you help me, it will not be so utterly impossible. How do I know that Mrs. Van Eilenberg or the Van den Heuvelsteins will ever come to us again after meeting you at my house?" "So you decline?" cried Constance, flaring up. "So you refuse?" "Constance, I should like to do what you ask. There is nothing I should like better. But Van Nagel. Then let me speak to Van Nagel." "Constance." "Let me speak to Van Nagel, I say." "Don't make a scene." "I shan't make a scene. But let me speak to Van Nagel. I see your husband is getting up. He has finished playing. Tell him I want to speak to him. Let Van der Welcke be present at our conversation. Paul, you must be there too." "But, Constance, why speak to him? I am so afraid Mamma will notice." "No, Mamma will see nothing. I want to give her as little pain as possible. But I must speak to your husband, in your presence and Van der Welcke's. I must, Bertha, and I will. Call your husband, and we'll go into the boudoir." She rose, trembling. She was shaking all over, and, as she almost fell where she stood, a sudden thought arose in her and paralysed all her energies. "Why am I talking like this, thinking like this, wishing this? How small I am, how small my conduct is. Really, what does it all matter? People, and what they think, and what they write and say. Is that life? Is that all? Is there nothing else?" But another thought gave her fresh zest, fresh courage. She remembered the conversation which she had had with her husband a little while ago. She remembered his reproach that she was not thinking of her son, that she was doing nothing for her son, that she would let herself take root in the shade, continue to vegetate in her disgrace, in her corner, withdrawn into herself in her own rooms, would continue to sit, cursing her luck, in her Kirchhoff lawn. No, she felt fresh zest, fresh courage, and she almost pushed Bertha as she repeated, "Call your husband. Paul, will you please call Van der Welcke and ask him to come to the boudoir?" She could hardly walk. She was pale as a corpse, and her black eyes quivered. She went alone to the little boudoir. There was no one there. Decanters, glasses, cakes and sandwiches were put out, as usual. She looked up at her father's portrait. Oh, what an ugly daub it seemed to her, hard with the hard, expressionless eyes, and all that false glitter on the yellow and white stars of the decorations. It stared at her like an implacable spectre, grim and unforgiving. It stared at her almost as though it wished to speak. Go away, go out of my house of honour, of greatness and decency. Go away, go out of my town. Go away from me and mine. Go. It was you who murdered me. You caused my long illness. You caused my death. You. Go. The little room stifled her. She would have liked to run away, but Van der Welcke and Paul entered. "What do you want to do, Constance?" asked Van der Welcke. "To speak to Van Nagel." "Not an explanation?" "I don't know. He's annoyed at my visit of Tuesday last." "Annoyed?" Van der Welcke seethed. "Annoyed at your visit?" "For God's sake, Van der Welcke," cried Paul, terrified. "Don't always fly out like that. Do remember." "Annoyed?" phoned Van der Welcke. "Annoyed?" "Henry, please," cried Constance. "I thank you for resenting the insult offered to your wife, but restrain yourself. He'll be here in a minute. Restrain yourself, for Addy's sake." "Restrain myself? Restrain myself?" shouted Van der Welcke like a madman. The door opened. Van Nagel and Bertha entered.
Do you want to speak to me, Constance? Asked Van Nagel.
I should very much like to speak to you for a moment, Van Nagel, said Constance, while Paul made signs to Van der Welcke as though begging him to control himself. Bertha tells me that you are sorry that I called at your house on Tuesday, on her reception day.
Constance, Van Nagel began, cautiously, trying to be diplomatic.
Forgive me for interrupting you, Van Nagel. I ask you kindly, let me finish and say what I have to say. It is simply this. I regret that I went to your house on Bertha's at-home day without first asking if I should be welcome. I admit it was a mistake. I oughtn't to have done it. I ought first to have spoken to the two of you, as I am glad to be speaking to you now, Van Nagel, to explain my position and my wishes, in the hope that you will show some indulgence to your wife's sister and consent to help her fulfill a natural desire. You see, Van Nagel, when I arrived here 8 months ago, I had no other thought than to live here quietly, in my corner, with a little affection around me. A little affection from my brothers and sisters, whom I had not seen for so long. It is true, I had no particular claim to that affection, but when I felt within myself a wish, a longing, a yearning for Holland, for The Hague, for all of you, I cherished the illusion that there would be something, just a little, of that feeling in my brothers and sisters. I don't know how far I was mistaken. I won't go into that now. Bertha has just told me that she feels to me as to a sister, and I accept that gratefully. Van Nagel, I cannot expect that you, my brother-in-law, should have any sort of family feeling for me. But, as Bertha's husband, I ask you, I beg of you, try to be a brother to me. Help me. Don't resent that I paid you a visit without notice, and, in so doing, shocked and surprised you. But allow me, I ask it as a favour, Van Nagel, for my son's sake. Allow me, in your house first of all, to try and attain a sort of rehabilitation in the eyes of our acquaintances, in the eyes of all The Hague. I stand here entreating you, Van Nagel. Grant me this and help me. Allow me to come on your wife's days, even though I do meet friends and relations of de Staffelers. Good heavens, Van Nagel, what earthly harm can it do you to exercise your authority and protect me a little and defend me against mean and petty slanders? If you show some magnanimity and help me to make people forget what I did 15 years ago, they will drop their slanders, and I shall be rehabilitated in your house, Van Nagel, just because of your high position and the consideration which you enjoy, and your many connections and your power to carry out what you set your mind on. Van Nagel, if only you would help me, if not for my own sake, for my son's. It's to help him later in his career, which he will take up at his father's wish and his grandparents', the same career as his father's, which I ruined. I am asking so little of you, Van Nagel, and because you are you, it means so little for you to consent to my request. Van Nagel, Papa helped you in the old days. I ask you now to help me, his child and your wife's sister. Let me come to Bertha's receptions. You know Mrs. van Eilenburg. Help me to prepare people for my intention, which they were really the first to suggest, to be presented at court, and ask us this winter, just once, to one of your official dinners. She stood before her brother-in-law, pale and trembling, almost like a supplicant, and while she besought him, the thought flashed through her mind. What am I begging for? How base and small I am making myself! Dear God, how terribly small! And is that, seriously, life? Is that the only life? Or is there something else? She looked around her. While she stood in front of Van Nagel, Bertha had sunk into a chair, trembling with nervous excitement, while Van der Welcke and Paul, as though in expectation, listened breathlessly to Constance's words, which came in broken jerks from her throat. Then at last, slowly, as though he was speaking in the chamber, Van Nachel's voice made itself heard, softly, with its polite, rather affected and pompous intonation. "Constance, I shall certainly do my best to satisfy all your wishes, all your requests. I will help you as far as I can, if you really think that I can be of use to you. Certainly, I owe a great deal to Papa, and if later I can possibly do anything for your son, I assure you, and you too, Van der Welcke, I shall not fail to do so. I give you my hand on it, my hand. I shall certainly, gladly, with all my heart, help Addy in the career which he selects. You may be sure of that. But, Constance, what you ask me so frankly to invite you and Van der Welcke to one of our dinners, at which you would meet people who really would have no attraction for you. Oh, you wouldn't care for it, Constance. I assure you, you really wouldn't care for it. And if you want my honest opinion, honestly, as between brother and sister, I should say to you, candidly, Constance, don't insist on coming to our official dinners. They're no amusement. They're an awful bore sometimes. Boring, aren't they, Bertha? Very tedious sometimes. And the receptions at which you are always likely to meet people you wouldn't care for. Well, if you take my advice... Is that all, Van Nagel, that you have to say, when I bare my soul to you here, between brothers and sisters, and without any diplomatic varnish, ask you, as far as you can, to rehabilitate me in your house? But, Constance, what a word! What a word to use! It's the right word, Van Nagel. There is no other word. I want my rehabilitation. Constance, really, I am prepared to help you in all you ask, and whatever is in my power. But Van der Welcke flared up. Van Nagel, please keep those non-committal expressions for the chamber. My wife asked you, and now I ask you, will you receive us this winter in a way that will make your set, which was once ours, take us up, even though we rub shoulders with the Stoffler's nephews and nieces, and even though people talk about what happened 15 years ago? Van der Welcke, said Van Nagel, nettled, the expressions I choose to employ in the chamber are my own affair. Answer my question. Henry, Constance implored. Answer my question, insisted Van der Welcke, full of suppressed rage, feeling ready to smash everything to pieces. Well then, no, said Van Nagel haughtily. No, it's impossible. I have too many attacks to endure as it is, in the chamber, in the press, everywhere, and I can't do what you ask. You have made yourself impossible to our Hague society, you and your wife, the wife of your former chief, and it's simply impossible that I should receive you in my house on the same footing as my friends, acquaintances and colleagues. That is no reason why we should not continue to be brothers and sisters. And do you think I would wish for or accept your brotherliness on those terms? Then refuse it, cried Van Nagel, himself losing his temper and forgetting to pick his words. Refuse it, and all the better for me. I shall be only too glad to have nothing more to do with you. Your wife compromised me the other day by coming to Bertha's reception as if it were a matter of course. Van der Welcke clenched his fists. My wife, he echoed, compromised you by coming to... Van der Welcke, Paul entreated. Yes, said Van Nagel, she did. Don't you dare, cried Van der Welcke. Don't you dare to criticize my wife's actions in any way. Your wife compromised us, Van Nagel repeated. But Van der Welcke let himself go. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he made a rush for Van Nagel, raised his hand. Take that, he shouted, crimson with rage, utterly beside himself. But Paul flung himself between them and seized Van der Welcke's arm. Bertha burst into hysterics, uttered scream after scream. Constance almost fainted. The two men stood facing each other, no longer drawing-room people, blazing now with mutual hatred. "I am at your disposal whenever you please," said Van der Velke. "Of course you are," yelled Van Nagel, his eyes starting out of his head, his cheeks scarlet as though he had actually received the blow. "Of course you are. You have nothing to lose. You can afford to behave like a quarrelsome puppy, hitting people, fighting, duelling." And, turning on his heel, quivering with rage and shame, he disappeared from their eyes through the door that opened on the landing. The door of the drawing-room opened. Doreen, Adolphine, and Cateau had heard the angry words, had heard Bertha's sobs and screams. They went to Bertha's assistance, while Paul urged Constance, who was half fainting, to go into the drawing-room. She staggered to her feet. "My God!" she cried. "Henry, Henry, what have you done?" Mrs. Van Lower came up with Aunt Reuvener. "My child, my child." Constance was clinging to Paul like a madwoman, and kept on repeating, "My God, Henry, Henry, what have you done?" Addie came up. "Mamma." "Addie, Addie, my boy, my God, what has Papa done?" Mamma Van Lower dropped into a chair, sobbing. But at that moment, the two old aunts, sitting all alone in the second drawing-room, looked up. On those evenings they used generally to doze, hardly recognizing the various relations, and to wait until the cakes and lemonade were handed round, going home after they had had them. But this evening, sitting quietly in their chairs, looking quietly with eyes askance at the people talking and playing their cards and uttering their harsh judgments, they felt the usual peaceful calmness to be absent from Marie's family Sunday. There was something the matter, something was happening, they did not know what, but it suddenly seemed as though Aunt Tina, when she saw her younger sister, Mrs. Van Lower, bursting into sobs, became very lucid, for, opening wide and clear her screwed-up eyes, she said to Auntie Rena very loudly, with the sharp tone of a woman hard of hearing, to whom her own voice sounds soft and almost whispering, "Rena, Rena, Marie's crying." "What? Is she crying, Tina?" "Yes, she's crying." "What is she crying for?" "No doubt, Rena, because one of the children's dead." "Dead?" "Yes, Rena." "Oh, how sad! Is she crying?" "Yes, she's crying. She's crying, Rena, about Gertrude." "About whom?" "About Gertrude. About Gertrude." Auntie Rena began to scream. "She's dead, Rena." "Is she dead?" "Yes, the poor little thing died at Buitenzorg." "Oh, how sad! Is Marie still crying, Tina?" "Yes, she's still crying, Rena." "But then who's that one, Tina?" "Who, Rena?" "That one, the girl standing beside her. She's crying. She's crying too." "Beside her?" "Yes, can't you see? She's crying too." "Yes, yes," screamed Tina, quite lucid now. "I know her, Rena. I know her quite well, quite well." "Then who is it? Is it Bertha?" "No, Rena," Auntie Tina screamed, gradually more and more shrilly, always thinking that she was whispering in her deaf sister's ear. "It's not Bertha. It's not Bertha. But I know her. I know her." "Then who is she?" Auntie Rena screamed in her turn. "I'll tell you who she is. I'll tell you who she is. It's Constance," yelled Auntie Rena. "Who?" "Constance." "Constance?" "Yes, Constance." "Constance?" "Yes, Constance." "The bad one!" screamed Auntie Rena. "Yes, Rena, the bad one, Rena. She's a wicked woman, Rena, a wicked woman. She has a lover."
A lover? Yes, Rena. Can you understand her being here? Can you understand that she's not ashamed? Can you understand her showing herself? Yes, Rena. She's a wicked woman. She's... What is she, Tina? She's a trollop, Rena, Auntie Tina yelled shrilly. A common trollop. A trollop. Christine, cried Mrs. Vanderloa. Christine, Doreen. And she stood up and tottered with outstretched arms towards the two old sisters. But there was a loud scream and a laugh that cut into everybody like a knife. Constance had fainted in Paul's arms. The boy, Addy, looked round with a haughty glance. He had heard everything, as had Van der Velke, who stood listening apprehensively at the door of the boudoir. The son saw his father's deathly pale face staring like a mask. He saw the horror of his grandmother and of all his uncles and aunts. He now saw his mother prostrate in a chair, her head hanging back like a corpse, and his boyish lips, with their faint shading of down, curved into a scornful smile as he said, "It's all about nothing." Translator's notes. Suda, enough of, have done with. Korek tempo dulu, to rake up old times. Susa, fuss, unpleasantness. Ayo, hello. Cassian, bad luck. Massa, oh, nonsense. Perkara, business. Shake it off your cold clothes. Aunt Roivena here perpetrates the blunder common among half-caste ladies of mixing up two separate Dutch proverbs. End of chapter 39. End of Small Souls by Louis Couperus. Read by Phil Benson in Sydney, Australia. The story of the Small Souls continues in the second book of the quartet, The Later Life.